earlier on, and we spoke about the entrepreneurial journey and also just about her career and how she got to where she was today. So we hope you guys enjoy.
G'day everyone, my name's Saxon Phipps and thanks for attending Year 13's Expo for 2021. I have the privilege and honour of interviewing here Steph Miller, formerly known as Steph Claire Smith. If you don't know her, Steph is an incredibly interesting young woman. At 27, she's developed a number of different businesses and brands based on in health and in fashion and fitness and of course of herself. Steph, thanks for attending our expo this year. It's a pleasure to meet you and to have you here this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Thanks for that intro. That was very nice.
Well, I find it amazing. You're 27. You've built a huge business, a number of businesses and followings. A question I'd love to kind of fire off at you first was, what was school like for you, and what was your post-school plan?
School was great. I really have some awesome memories, some really fun memories at school. For me, I was never super academic, but I still loved school. I loved, I suppose, the social side of school, the sports side of school, and I loved being there. But yeah, I just struggled a little bit in some of the academic areas. So I think I stopped science as soon as I could. I think I only did 1, 2 for maths, and I didn't do 3, 4. Like it wasn't for me. And I was much more of a creative and into my sports and health and everything like that. So I went to Bowen High and I absolutely love it. Like I could rave about that school here in Melbourne. It's a public school and it's just, I had, nothing bad to say about it. I had a good group of friends and a really supportive year group as well. So I have some really good memories from there.
And what was your post-school plan? I think we all have that idea that when you're finishing school, you're meant to know exactly what you're going to do for the rest of your life. What was a young Steph Claire Smith thinking at 17 when she was going to be doing with herself?
Yeah, it's funny, that pressure that VCA students get. Definitely felt the pressure from the school and from other people in my year level, but I was really fortunate that my parents, I suppose, never put that pressure on me as to knowing exactly what I wanted to do. Their message to both myself and my brother was just to try and figure out where we think our strengths lie, but also what we enjoy, and that was the most important thing for us when we were choosing our path. They just wanted us to be happy, I suppose, which was really awesome because for me, outside of school, a really big interest of mine that I'd had since I was a little girl was modeling. And I still definitely towards the end of VCE had an idea to definitely try and pursue that outside of whatever study I was going to do. But the closer I got to the end of high school, the more, I suppose, keen I was in jumping right in. And also the more confused I got as to which direction I would go if I was going to study, because I had other interests, of course. I think I wanted to get into maybe possibly being a PE teacher, something to do with art, maybe something to do with animals. I had a lot of interest in health and fitness, but they were also kind of different, and I didn't really know how to connect them into one kind of subject or thing that I could study going forward. And so initially my idea, which I spoke with my parents about, was, post year 12, when I graduate, having a gap year and trying to figure that out. And in that gap year, working part-time, but also possibly starting modeling if I could, and just seeing how I went with that. And then the idea was to only really do it for a year and figure out what course I wanted to then get into. But it just worked out really well for me, and I loved it way too much. So I still haven't gone to uni yet.
Yeah. But it's one of those. Neither have I. I think it's one of those things. I was very similar. I came out not knowing what I was going to do, and very similar to you. My maths and science weren't my forte, but the creative side of things was something that really interested me. Obviously, being an entrepreneur yourself across a number of different industries, being able to be kind of an outlier using social media at quite a young age to build a brand and businesses. What subjects from school do you think really helped you to be able to build your businesses and build, who you are today?
It's funny because when I think back to my subjects in VCE, they were those typical, like what people would have labeled as easy subjects, except a lot of my super academic friends would have really struggled in them. Like I was doing studio arts, food tech, health and human development, sport, and then I still had English. So they're all very, yeah, very much creative, and physical, and yeah, I was a very visual learner. So when I think back to those subjects now, I'm like, well, I'm actually super happy that I did them all because they helped me a lot with what I do now. I mean, I've always loved cooking and learned a lot through food tech, and that obviously helped me with Keep It Cleaner, health and human development, and PE. That taught me a lot, not just obviously in the sense of working in the health industry, health and fitness industry, but also teamwork and all that. So it, yeah, whilst they might have been what people might have perceived as the easy subjects back then, and may have, marked me down a few points and stuff for my ATAR because they were those kind of easy subjects, they were kind of perfect for me. I mean, the only subject that I wish I did do probably would have been, business, but at the same time, I think once you start your own business, and you're involved in different businesses, you learn so much, so much, when you're actually just hands-on with something. So I think maybe I would have learnt better this way anyway. Even if I had studied it through school, I'm sure majority of what I've learnt I probably wouldn't have learnt until I jumped in anyway. So
It's interesting you said that you love cooking, and Will, the co-founder of Year 13 with me, we often talk about how we both love cooking. I like cooking for the fact that I just grab stuff and chuck it together and see what comes out of it, whereas Will likes to research a recipe and follow it very pragmatically. But yeah, I think that I like the creative side of just seeing what happens and how it works, and he likes the process side. So what type of cook would you say that you are?
Definitely more like you. So I'm sure we'll probably talk about it, but when Laura, my business partner, and I first kind of came together and created our ebook, which was 37 of our favorite recipes, the hardest part for me was actually putting my recipes down on paper, because I was very much, like, oh, that'll taste good, I'll put that in and this is great, and just kind of put it together like that. So when I was actually like, oh wait, I've got to write down my favorite pasta recipe or whatever it was, it took me a while to do it multiple times to try and get the measurements right and everything, because I was so used to going off taste and not measuring. Whereas Laura, she was much more on the sweet baking side, which you of course have to measure for. So we kind of worked together really well.
I couldn't agree more with you. And it's one of those things that, being in the kitchen, it's also, some people like cooking for other people, and it helps you kind of,
I love that.
identify. And, I think it's, with some of the school subjects, you might think, oh, I don't know why we're doing history or why I'm doing hospitality, but you realize that it's like you're learning an attention to detail, you're researching things, like, and it's all part of like your own recipe for your career and your life. Tell me about Keep It Cleaner, and I know you've got another brand, Soda Shade. Two remarkably different businesses. Give me the rundown of how they work.
Okay, so Keep It Cleaner, I just touched on the ebook. So that was the first thing we started with, and it was not a business venture in the beginning. It was really just a project, something fun Laura and I wanted to do together, and it was an ebook of 37 of our favorite recipes. And we sold it for about, I think it was $19, and we weren't really sure how it was going to go, but it went really, really well, and we had that for about a year. And this community started to form from it. Girls from all around the world were cooking our recipes and wanting more recipes, and we're sharing them online. And I laugh when I think back to the ebook, because it was we had no idea what we were doing when we were putting it together. Like, we literally Googled, how do you create an ebook? And one of my friends had just started graphic design in uni, so I got him to help. I'd met a fashion photographer through work that we got him to shoot the photos, but we tried to cram 37 recipes into one shoot day, which required quite a lot of pre-cooking, and things like our banana bread looked like slimy because it was on day 3 by the time we shot it. Like, it was just, and we had no food stylist or chef or anything on board. So basically, when people were sharing our recipes, theirs ended up looking a lot more appealing than ours and did in the book. But I think that was almost the charm of it. I think that's we noticed that in the area of healthy food and recipes and everything like that, every cookbook was like this picture perfect coffee table book that you'd almost not want to even attempt the recipe because it won't look like that. And also a lot of the healthy recipes you'd have to spend, hundreds of dollars at the health food store. You couldn't find any of the recipes at a normal supermarket. Any of the ingredients at a normal supermarket. And so we wanted to kind of be that in between healthy recipes, but you can find the ingredients at the supermarket. We'll get you to buy ingredients, and then probably 4 or 5 of our other recipes have those same ingredients so that you're actually using the whole bag of flour or whatever you're buying. And I think that's why it resonated so well with a lot of younger women, I think. And yeah, from there, the community grew, and we started a subscription blog, which had a bit more physical stuff on there as well. So we wrote about working out, different training we were trying. We had workouts from trainers that were friends of ours posted on there monthly, as well as more recipes. And then from there, we were approached by a company that put together programs, basically. And the program was, food and fitness and health-based. And Laura and I were basically the faces of it and the faces of all the workouts. And that was really awesome. It was a really cool experience working with them. We learned a lot. Our community grew even more. And we just loved it not too much. We loved it so much that we wanted to kind of like have our hands in every pie of the business. We wanted to like be in charge of marketing. We wanted to be in charge of social. We wanted to, not in charge, but just a part of it all. And for us, just being the faces of it wasn't enough because we were so passionate about helping these women that were in our community. It was really important for us to be involved in kind of every corner and every facet of the business. So that's when we kind of built the courage and the guts up to leave and go off on our own and start our own app and everything. And it was the scariest thing we ever did. We had to start from scratch. We lost all our subscriber data. We lost all content and everything, and really had to start from scratch. And we were just so lucky to have such a beautifully engaged community that they were, as soon as they found out that we had to close the other program down, the day they found out that we had a new one, they jumped on board. So we're really lucky in that sense. And it's been an incredible ride. It's been 2 years now since we launched that app. And we've had a bit of a revamp last year and got some new trainers on board and everything. And it's so incredible. And the team's growing, like we're hiring new people all the time. And it's crazy. It's a crazy ride. But I think the most beautiful.
Don't mind me jumping in there. How do you find the kind of the trials and tribulations, when you're starting a business and something you're passionate about, your first idea is nowhere near what ends up being your final idea. You get met with, you've got no technical experience. How am I going to start a website? How am I going to create content? How much has resilience been a part or a key facet in, building your business?
Oh, hugely. And the thing is what the biggest lesson we've learned over the years is not being scared to fail. Every time we have, failed, which we don't really see as failure anymore, we learn so much. You pick yourself up and not to do that again, but it's almost so valuable now, any failure that happens. And I think especially when you're working in tech, something goes wrong every day, but that's like, you get used to it, and then resilience becomes a huge part of it. But I think working together as well, we've been really fortunate being best friends, but having almost like a sister relationship with so much honesty. We've been really great business partners for one another. I think we've been there for each other when one of us is struggling or not necessarily feeling it or not as motivated. The other one's been there to kind of pick it up, which has been awesome and a big part of how we've kind of continued through everything.
Did you always think that you were going to do something entrepreneurial?
I don't think so. As I said, when I was leaving high school, other than a strong interest in modeling, I still had interest in, teaching. I loved being a leader or a team leader or a team captain, like in sports and stuff. So I suppose I liked that, but I never, ever imagined myself running my own business. As I said, I think if I thought that I was going to run my own business or something like that I would have studied something like business in high school. But yeah, it just wasn't, I don't know, I didn't even think that was kind of possible.
Nothing quite like on the job learning, is there?
No, and I think that's I love that. I really do love learning, and I think I've only become more and more interested in learning the more I've accepted that I don't know everything. And I think that happens as you get older. Um, but yeah, it's been incredible. And I think the other thing on running a business and not having any experience, the other thing that you have to accept is that you're not going to be good at everything. You know, I think that's where Laura and I work really well together, is that we have got completely different strengths, but we have the exact same goals and values and everything for the business. So we've always worked together really well. And then now we've got this incredible team that kind of fill the gaps of where neither of us really had strong, yeah, had strengths or experience. So it's been awesome.
And how important has that been, both professionally and personally, having someone who you work with in terms of your business partner and being able to, it's not all rosy. You go through so many different emotions, but how important is having that time of that alignment with someone and sharing that same vision and belief?
Incredibly important. I know when we started, when it turned into a bit more of a business, we had a lot of people warn us that, going into business with a friend or a family member can turn out really not so great. But I think because we have so much respect for one another, and we're in the business for all the right reasons. It started as a passion to help other women because of own experiences we've gone through, and that is the most rewarding part about what we do. And because we're both so connected to that, that's our main priority and the main thing that drives us. And when you connect so strongly on something like that, I think something so emotional, you always have that connection to one another. And your friendship always kind of comes first in a way. And we've had to have some, difficult conversations or work through things together. And I think some of the hiccups or, failures or hurdles that we've had, I definitely would not have been able to get through them without her. And I think she'd say the same thing. We're just really good at helping each other out and balancing situations out. And I think, I couldn't imagine running a business by myself. I really couldn't. And especially not with someone that I felt like I could be completely honest and open with either.
Yeah. And I couldn't agree more with you that it's like, you've got to be able to have those people who you can be vulnerable to, who you can share ideas with, who, you drop your ego and you listen to them and learn from them. And, it's very similar, whether it be sport, whether it be business, whether it be personal relationships, whether it be your mentors. On that, do you have a mentor that you work with? And if so, how important is that person towards, your life and what you do?
I don't have one particular mentor. We both of us take inspiration from so many people. I take inspiration from my mum for the way that she holds herself and the way she treats others. I take so much inspiration, and even from Laura, with the way that she is with our team and how she treats others as well, and her work ethic. So there's other people that we've looked up to, and we've been lucky enough to sit down with people like Janine Ellis in the early days of working together, and that was so invaluable. So yeah, I think any opportunity that I can sit down with someone like that and talk to those people, like, I'm all for reaching out to people and asking questions. And I think that's something, I suppose a tip would be, if you're starting your own business particularly, or even if you know of an area that you want to work in and someone else that might inspire you that's done something similar, ask questions. I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen is they're going to turn around and say they don't have time or they can't help you. They're not, unless they're a completely awful person, they're not going to say anything horrible to you. So you're back in the position you were already in. But if they do decide that they want to give you some tips or even sit down with you or call you or whatever, it can be really invaluable, the kind of advice you get from those type of people. So I would say definitely don't be afraid to reach out. Even our maybe bosses or whatever for a team, but we take so much advice and I find so much inspiration in my own team. The people that we've hired in all the positions, we've hired them for a reason and we trust them for a reason, and I love going to them for advice as well. So I think what you said before about removing ego, it's not just with your business partner. I think just in business in general, there's always something to learn and something you can take from someone else.
It's funny, I interviewed Janine for our Future of Work just before the end of 2020, and she said a couple of things which are kind of resonating through you about asking questions, being like learning from your failures, like fail fast and be able to develop and learn from that, and ask people questions. Like you can ask 1,000 different people, and if 10 people get back to you, then not only are you getting their wisdom and their advice, but you're starting to build a network, which is really, really important in business. A question I want to ask you, Steph, because you've spoken about the community that you've built. You've obviously got, I think it's 1.5 million followers on your personal account and 500,000 across your businesses. Social media is obviously a huge part of our lives, and obviously for Gen Zs as well, and a lot of our listeners here today. How much, if I can go to the other side of social media, I'm sure you'd get a lot of trolls and you'd have people come through and abuse and all different kind of colors. How do you deal with that, being firstly a young woman, and also, how confronting it can be?
Yeah, I definitely deal with it a lot better now than I used to. I started Instagram when I started modeling, which was when I was 18, so almost 10 years ago now. And it was really quite new and fresh at the time. And when I started it like anyone else. I wasn't expecting to grow a following or, do anything with it. But it was really just to kind of share to my friends and family what I was doing in the modeling world. And once my following started to grow, it was weird at first. And I mean, it's still weird when I think about the fact that many people follow me. I still think it's a bit weird, but I've obviously gotten used to it because it's been gradual. It didn't happen for me overnight. The growth has been gradual for the last 8 years or however long it's been, almost 10 years. And so I think, my way of dealing with trolls back then was sometimes writing back to them and giving them the time of day and letting it affect me. And I learn a lot from that, because 9 out of 10 times, even if you tried to be nice or tried to say the right thing, it was just the person on the other end didn't care, and we're still wanting to make your day shitty. So I learned very quickly, for me, my best, I suppose, way of attack is to just either try and ignore it or block and delete. And I think the thing that I've noticed is it when it hurts you the most is when they're attacking something that I suppose you value in yourself. And because back then, when I'd first started modeling, a lot of what I valued was all my focus was on the way I looked. And that's when I went through quite a lot of, unhealthy relationships with food and exercise, which was kind of, where the idea of Kick ended up coming from. But those kind of struggles, when I was in that space mentally, then having people kind of pick me apart for my looks or something, that really affected me. And then nowadays, if someone picked me apart for my looks, really couldn't care less. But if they think I've done or supported something that I shouldn't have or whatever, that's, I suppose, where it might affect me a little bit more. And it really depends on the day. Most days I'm okay to deal with it, but if I'm having a really hard day mentally, it's never great to see. But it's, I think you just get stronger, and you find your ways of dealing with it. And I just remind myself every time it happens that this person doesn't know me. They probably wouldn't have said it to my face if they did see me. And then even if they did, that's fine. That's one opinion. And the opinions that matter to me are, my community, my direct community with Keep It Cleaner, and, my work colleagues and my friends and family. So if it's not any of them that are saying the horrible things, then don't let it affect me too much.
I think that's sound advice. I remember back in our early days when we were starting, we didn't have trolls per se, but we had a lot of people, and you often do, who discredit you and say that you'll never be able to achieve something, or you'll never be able to make that work. And they, rather than support, they want to be quite negative, and it can be really draining, and it can take away from you. And it starts to plant that seed of like, oh, am I capable of doing this? And am I not? And that's why I think it's the importance of having those business partners and people around you who are supporting you and accentuating the positive. Do you feel, what pressure does Steph Claire Smith, or Steph Miller, feel now in today's age? You're 28, you've got a successful business, things are going well. From an outsider, people think that, it's all rosy and easy. What are some of the stresses that you deal with now in your career?
I suppose just, I mean, work stresses, like when you run a business, a lot happens behind the scenes that isn't shared on social media. A lot of the operational side of it, which is not my not my forte, it's Laura's. But even still, it stresses us both out, and things go wrong all the time. But I think the one thing, when I think about social media, the only thing that really kind of plays on my mind is to make sure that I'm always putting stuff out there that I think is, I suppose, appropriate, but also helpful. Um, and yeah, never putting anything damaging out there. I think when I was younger, I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't realize the kind of input I could have on someone's life. And I didn't realize how engaged people were with my content. I didn't realize how much of an influence I was. And so, like, when it comes to posting for certain brands, or yeah, supporting different brands, or even just doing something, I never really realized how much it was possibly going to influence someone else until a bit later. And now that's definitely a responsibility that I take on board, and I don't take it lightly. But I think at the same time as that, the older I've gotten, the more I've become comfortable with just being myself. And I've always been the same person. I mean, people who have followed me for many years kind of often say that I haven't really changed. And I'd hope that is the case. I mean, other than maybe maturing a little bit, I have always been the same person. And I think even friends that have known me since I was in primary school would probably say the same thing. I've always been the same person. So I've never wanted to reflect anything other than that. And I suppose just make sure that I always stand by my values, and everything that I stand for is legitimate. If I am posting in support of something, it's because I truly believe in it. And that's really important to me. But other than all that sort of stuff, of course, I'm like anyone. I've got family dramas, and, our relationship, I absolutely have a beautiful relationship with my husband, Josh. And we've had an incredible journey together. But that doesn't mean every day is perfect for us. I often get a lot of young girls, particularly, messaging me, asking me for relationship advice, or thinking that our, relationship is so perfect. But I suppose that's just one of the lines, I suppose, I don't cross when it comes to social media. I'm not going to jump on my stories when I'm having a bit of a tear because we've just had an argument over something ridiculous. I think there's, obviously things that you don't need to share with everyone. And, I hope that everyone knows that not everything is always perfect, which is why I try to share so much of that rawness online. But I think when it comes to things like a relationship that might affect, someone else is in the picture as well, it's not just something you're going through yourself, then there's got to be a line.
Completely. And you mentioned something there about the work-life balance, and
yeah,
it's actually a question that can come through with from a young female or a young woman saying, like, how did you stay fit and balance and manage your stress whilst going through school?
Well, so in school, my answer to that was I loved it. Like, I got so much joy out of exercise. I didn't go to the gym while I was at school. I played a lot of sports. I walked to and from school. Most of my recess and lunch, I was either on the basketball court or like being quite active. So I really thoroughly enjoyed being an active kid. I had quite a lot of balance when it came to food in school. Um, I suppose, I mean, we weren't like an unhealthy family, but I suppose it was just the kind of norm in Australia. I was very lucky when I was younger. I had the lunchbox everyone envied. So I definitely didn't grow up. And I think this is something that I'm so, so grateful to my mum for, is that I didn't grow up, watching my mum diet or worry about her body image or anything like that. And I think that is amazing, because I know a lot of friends who did grow up with that and did kind of feel that pressure a lot earlier, whereas I only really fell into the kind of dieting culture or stresses on that once I became really aware of it, which was when I started modeling and I left school. The hard thing is now, people are on social media younger. When I was in high school, there was no such thing as Instagram. I'm sure I would have been more aware of things like diets and all that sort of stuff when I was in school, and I'm sure it would have affected me. And I was very easily influenced back then. So, my heart goes out to girls who struggle at that earlier age, because I could not even imagine the kind of pressures that they're under in school. But I suppose my advice is just to, if exercise and stuff is important to you, because it fuels you, you know, mentally and emotionally and everything, just find time for it. But it doesn't have to be something crazy. You don't have to go to the gym and kill yourself for an hour. It should be something you enjoy. That's why there is so many different classes or forms of exercise, because there needs to be something for everyone. And I think the only thing you're going to be able to sustain is something that you enjoy. So as I said, for me back then, it was walking to and from school and playing sport. If sport's not your thing, then yeah, maybe find a program or something that you can do in your own time, in your own space by yourself, and move your body. But just make sure that you're always doing it for the right reasons.
That's solid, sound advice. I couldn't agree more. Often when I get into a bit of mental fog, I take myself for a walk or a run and just get myself moving, and I always come back with clarity. And I wish I'd known that more when I was kind of going through school and a lot of those stresses. Steph, you've mentioned business, you've mentioned modeling, you've mentioned or both your businesses. The question which has come through here, and I had no idea about this, was what was it like to work with G Flip after she dropped your name in her song Drink Too Much? Did you ever think that you would feature in a music video when you're in high school?
Oh my God, I love that question. She's a legend. She's such a legend. So she messaged me before the song came out just to kind of give me the heads up. But one of my oldest friends, like went to primary school and high school with him, was always a really big fan of G, before she kind of got big, and used to go to her gigs when there was like 15 people in the club watching her. And he said he heard her sing that at a gig once and was like, apparently he went up to her afterwards and was like, I'm sorry, did you say Steph Glesworth? Because he was just so like, what the heck? This is Steph. I've known her since I was 5. And he told me about it, but I didn't really think much of it at the time. And then soon after that, she messaged me and said that she was probably going to, you know, release it into an album. And I was like, oh yeah, cool, sweet, like whatever, I don't mind, it's cool. And I really liked the song. I mean, I thought it was awesome, but yeah, being a part of the opening line was so bizarre for me. And then I started hearing it on the radio, and I was like, oh, this is so weird. And she approached me and just asked if I could be a part of the video clip, and I was just so keen to get to know her more and to meet her properly. And then since then, I would call her a mate, and she's such a legend, so down to earth, and was so fun to work with her. And no, I never thought I would be in a film clip. I was never, as much as I thought I was when I was really young, I was never a great dancer or anything like that. And I think when you think music clip, you just think someone dancing, but of course there's other ways to be in a music clip. And it was really fun. It was fun. I played myself, so that was kind of very easy for me to play my own character. But it was really fun. And I think the weirdest part for me, she sends me videos when she's at gigs, now huge festivals and everything like that, although there hasn't been one in a while because of COVID, and everyone kind of screaming out that first line. That is the weirdest thing. I don't think I'll ever get used to that.
I can imagine. Steph, I'm really appreciative of your time, but I've got one last question, which I've asked everyone that we've ever really interviewed through our expos and future of work and whatnot. What if you could think back 10 years ago to a young Steph who's kind of about to embark on the journey of finishing school, and you were to meet her and today with what you know, and to our listeners here, and what would be your parting wisdom? What would be your advice to the 17-year-old, 18-year-old Steph that you'd meet, that you know of today?
Listen to your gut. It's probably my biggest one. I think Laura and I would both agree on that as well, because there's been some decisions or pathways we've gone down which didn't feel right at the time, but we did. And we probably should have listened to our gut. Although, again, we learnt from them, so it was never a bad thing. But yeah, I think I just wish I trusted myself a lot more. And I think I wish I had a little bit more confidence in some of those times or decisions. A little bit is probably the biggest thing.
That's sound advice. Steph, again, I'd like to thank you for attending Year 13's Expo. You're an incredibly compelling woman. You're doing some wonderful things, and you've had an amazing career. And I look forward to seeing what you continue to do into the future. So thanks again for joining us.
Thank you so much, and well done. It's really incredible. I jumped online and I pretended that I was graduating and went through the whole process, and I loved it. It would have been very helpful when I finished school, I think.
No, we appreciate it. And again, thank you again for all your time.
Hey guys, I'm Hamish from Year 13 and welcome back to the Year 13 Expo. I have the absolute pleasure of sitting down and chatting to our next speaker, hip hop artist Joshua Eggington, also known as Fluent. Fluent, welcome to the Expo, mate.
Hey mate, thanks for having me. Just before we get into it, I'd like to acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people who are the traditional owners here in Boorloo, Perth, Western Australia.
Beautiful, beautiful. Let's get stuck into it. Now, Josh, who is your mob and where are you from?
I'm a Noongar Koring, Wongai and Pitjantjatjara man. And also, yes, a hip hop artist that represents my people and culture through my art form.
Awesome, awesome. Now, Josh, when you were growing up, did you learn a lot about your culture and language?
It's funny for me, like I learned a lot about my culture, but the language side of it was very fragmented. I guess that's sort of the way for a lot of our mob because of the way that our parents were raised and the things that have happened through stolen generation and all that. All our language has been hard to sort of retain, especially here in the Southwest. But we see with a lot of mob now that slowly coming back and strong. And I try to use as much language in the house around all my mob as I can to sort of try to bring something like that back. But very culturally strong. I come from a very culturally strong family. My uncles are very political and have always believed that the strength of our people lies in our culture. So I've been blessed to have that around.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And sort of what age did you really start to learn about culture and your language, or was it sort of just since you were born all the way through?
Yeah, man, just like pretty much straight from when I was born. I was born into a family that were, I guess, like particularly my mum's side having still very strong cultural connections to land from Central Desert ways, and always having them all come and stay with us in Perth. I was lucky to have them around. And then, of course, with my Uncle Robert having Dumbartung, and Dumbartung is an organisation here in Perth that holds most of the Southwest cultural materials and old artefacts that we have. So always growing up and being in those places as a young fella. And then I guess that just sort of moulded who I became and who I am now.
Awesome. That's perfect, because it's going to lead me to my next question. How important has that been in, forging your identity as a proud Indigenous man?
Oh, it's been so important. It was vital to me being who I am today, having all those influences of strong people, even my aunties and aunties as well, all that were raising me as a young one. You know how like it is with aunties, they're like your mums as well, and having them all so close and raising me, I guess, with as much culture as they could possibly do. And that was a big part of why I am like I am today.
Oh, that's awesome, mate. Now, on the topic of growing up, can you tell us what your high school experience was like?
High school was difficult for me. I come from a family, when I'm talking like my sort of nuclear family, my mother and father and brothers and sisters, it was hard for us. Mum and dad were dealing with a lot of problems with addiction and things like that. And we moved a lot. So as their relationship was sort of changing, us kids all had to change schools a lot. So it was difficult. I grew up with a lot of anxiety and not really sure about, you know, who I was as in that teenage sort of sense, always having to move schools so much. So high school was hard, but I always loved education. That was the weird thing. I always loved to learn. I was like a very observant sort of kid. So it was more the social sort of things in high school that were difficult for me. I guess, yeah, that was my biggest problem, but I always believed in education. So even though I finished high school quite early, I was still on a journey to learn.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great, mate. And when you were at school, were you interested in music at all?
It was funny, I guess. Yeah. Well, one of my little sort of things that I did to sort of raise my social value was I loved to freestyle. And I would always be like freestyling at school, like at lunch or maybe after school when everyone would catch up down near the bus stops. And that was kind of like my thing that I had over everybody, I guess, was that I was like this awesome freestyler. Well, I say that, but in high school, it wasn't that hard. You could just rhyme cat, bat, and mat, and you can. But yeah, that was like some of my early sort of music kind of stuff in school. Just rapping, and then I started to realize I could write down my feelings and how I was feeling at school, and that's kind of, I guess that's probably one of the very first moments I started to write raps. Yeah,
that's awesome. And as you started to write those raps, at what point were you like, hold on a minute, I've actually got a bit of a talent here, and what did you do to then start pursuing that?
Well, I guess when I started to spit those written raps to my friends, and then they would be like, hey, yo,
that's lit.
They were like pulling their phones out, like the old phones, like with the really like sort of whack, like they were just, it was really, really terrible quality. But the fact that they wanted me to keep going and to talk about and rap about what I was rapping about. And then I remember I was walking through lunch. I was walking past the canteen line and this kid was like spitting my bars. He didn't even know they came from me. I was like, what? And that was just like, okay, yeah, this is something that I should try to keep pushing with.
Oh man, that's so good. That's so good. I've tried my fair share of freestyling and I am horrible. So a lot of respect to you, mate. A lot of respect. Now, can you tell us some more about your transition from high school? Obviously, being in high school was tough for you. Did it get better as you finished school, or were there periods there, where it was tough? Or can you just tell us a bit more about your transition from high school?
Yeah, I guess after finishing high school, I met the mother of my kids, and we quite young had a child. So I had to grow up very quickly. That was something that was always there since I was young. So I kind of, from a young age, being a young father and my partner being a young mother, we had to, I guess, grow really quickly. And because we had strong family morals, both coming from families that were hard for us, and we really didn't want that for our baby. So we both had to grow pretty quick, and I started working early. So quite early, I was straight away getting into work while still having a passion for hip hop. So I was trying to support my family and my passion at the same time with early music, just sort of trying to pay for recordings or paying for a video clip here or whatever it could be, promo or whatever it was. And that was kind of like the first sort of stuff as I was coming out of high school, but while still pursuing a passion in music and being a young father. Yeah.
That's awesome, mate. That's awesome. And at what stage, during that transition, did you, really knuckle down and go, you know what, music's what I really want to focus on?
I was working at a pet store, City Farmers, and I met some great people there. And everybody was sort of like, it was funny, like that sort of retail work is kind of like everybody's sort of transitional work, you know? It's like you're only in there because you're trying to survive till you reach something usually that you want to do better. I've noticed that a lot working in a lot of retail sort of stores. And as I've seen a lot of good friends of mine leaving and pursuing their passions, you know, there was one of the girls left to go work on 92.9, which is a big radio station over here. And a really good friend who's like a brother to me now, he was leaving to do his truck license. He really wanted to become like a truck driver, and they were all leaving for their passions. And everyone knew that I was this musically talented guy, but I'd really slowed down by that point. And I decided that if everybody else was going to do it, now would be my time as well. So I just kind of left work. I was only casual, put in my notice, left, and I just really put everything I had. I had this awesome song that I had already written and recorded called Kaya Kayana, and I really wanted to do something with this song. So Beyond Empathy, which is a mob over in Sydney, they reached out and they had this funding, and I had the song ready, and we just connected. And I was like, all right, I'm going to try. I'm going to push this. This is an opportunity given to me. This will be the song. I'll put this out, and if this goes well for me, then I know that this will be my journey and my path that I'll follow and pursue. And it did. It went really, really well. Oh. So that's why.
That's deadly to hear. That's so awesome. Yeah. Now, Fluent, can you tell us, do you have, an Indigenous role model, in your life that inspires you, and what they do that, inspires you to better yourself?
Most definitely, yeah. Ever since I was young, my Uncle Robert has always been my role model, Uncle Robert Eggington. He's a special man in my life. He took me in like his own child, and he's looked after me, and he's always fought strong and proud for our people with Dumbarton. So Dumbarton, if you, for those who aren't familiar with Dumbarton's organisation here in Perth, Boorloo, and they are the cultural protectors of our culture. Sorry, the protectors of our culture. They protect our people, and they campaign to benefit our mob. And Uncle Robert is the director there at Dumbarton, and that's part of the life that I grew up around seeing. So Uncle's always been a really big inspiration and role model to me, and a very special figure in my life.
Awesome. Now, how have you been able to balance that cultural obligation as well as pursuing your passion at the same time?
I guess by connecting the two, having my passion be the way that I express my culture. That's the thing about art, and specifically hip hop. Hip hop comes from like an oppressed background. It started in, as most people know, New York, and the African Americans were screaming out about the conditions that they were living in. So that was so easy for our mob to pick up and connect to hip hop. And that's where I think that I fulfill my cultural obligations, because I use hip hop as a tool to empower our people. And that's what I'll always, my music, even in the music that you might not think is political, there's always something in there that's about our mob, or that is some way shared for our people. I believe that is my obligation, that if I'm going to make music and make a career of it, that I have to always be true about what I do and always be true to our mob.
Man, that's so good to hear. I love hearing that. Now, music industry by itself is always a really tough one to break into, let alone being an Australian hip hop artist, which is even harder. What have you done that's different, that's helped you succeed getting into the industry and really breaking through?
Yeah, I guess, well, I'm still on that journey. So I'll keep, while keeping that in mind, that I'm still trying to get further. I'm not at the end point yet, and I don't think I ever will be. But there will never be an end point. There'll always be trying to push higher and higher, because the higher the platform that I can have, the higher that I can speak about our mob to the world. But I think in particular, the amount of success that I have had so far is partly because of my drive and the team that I have around me. So I've put a lot of people around me that I believe in, that believe in me, and that have the same goals as me. But I think for most of the part is staying true to everything that you say and believe in your words. So I try to be as honest about everything that I do and say as I possibly can. And I think that translates quite often to success in a sense, because people can just feel that genuineness of what you're doing. They want to be a part of a movement, or they want to be a part of something that you're trying to create because they can connect with it and they believe in it.
Oh, that's awesome, mate. That's awesome. Now, Fluent, what do you think can be done to, improve the high school experience for a lot of young Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander students?
To improve the high school experience.
Yeah.
There's so many programs out there I've seen, and I work like a lot in high schools. I work a lot as a facilitator of hip hop workshops. So I try to get in there as much and try to get to the young fellas as soon as I can, because I wish I had that at high school. I never had that. I had to sort of find my own musical journey. I want to try to deliver that to them as soon as I can, because I know there's so much talent. But I believe there's a lot of things out there and a lot of them are doing well. We just need to fund them probably more and have them and really put a lot of emphasis on these programs for these young mob. And I think there's so many things that are hard for these young mob when they come into school. They've got lives that are happening at home that are different to a lot of people, and people need to keep that in mind when dealing with them. I think that a lot of cultural kind of education needs to happen around the teachers and around the facilitators that come in to help with these young mob. And I think it needs to be looked at how well that actual cultural education is done, because sometimes it's not, sometimes it's not quite as effective as it should be. So I think that's what we need. We just need to have some people that can put an understanding in that these young mob are having difficult times at home, because we all a lot of our people have a similar story, and but a different one too. So there's a few things. That's a big question.
I kind of threw that one at you. Now, Fluent, mate, you're quite an inspirational bloke yourself. What's 3 pieces of advice you'd give to, a young Indigenous, or maybe not even Indigenous, just a young person who's, looking at that high school transition, but also maybe looking at getting into that music industry?
I kind of touched on this before, but I think the number one thing is stay true to what you believe and whatever messages you're putting out in the world. Always be real about what you're doing and saying. That's a really important thing. Be ambitious enough that you won't allow small things to deter you from your end goal. So always have enough drive in you, and that's not always easy, because it's easier to sort of just say, oh, I'll do it later or whatever. But the moment you get up and you do certain things, and I've had to train myself with this and push myself all the time until it became like second nature. It's just to find that little bit more in you. Keep going a bit more. Keep pushing and striving for that thing that you want, just that little bit extra, and you'll find that the world will change for you. Excuse me. And I guess the last one is surround yourself with people that want the same as you. Always build a strong team. That saying, the team makes the dream, is very true. Always surround yourself with people that are ambitious, that are honest, that are real. The same traits that you want to instill in yourself, make sure you find those in the people that you have around you.
Mate, that's some beautiful advice. I'll definitely be taking note for those ones. Now, guys, that's all we have for today with Fluent. Now, definitely jump onto Instagram, give him a follow. That's Fluent_MC. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
That's it.
It'll be close. You'll find it.
Awesome, Fluent. I really, really appreciate you taking the time today, mate. You've given us some incredible insight, and I can't thank you enough for chatting with us. Thanks,
you,
mate.
Amy.
Australian superannuation assets totaled a whopping $3.0 trillion at December 2020, making it one of the most influential industries in driving positive change in the world through its investments. So how is the super industry helping to make the world a better place?
Hi, I'm Kate Webster. I'm a Senior Responsible Investment Analyst at Aware Super. I've been at Aware Super for about 2.5 years now. I've previously worked in the finance industry, but I've now become a responsible investment analyst on the basis of my passion for sustainability and climate change. I'm so looking forward to the conversation today because at the end of the day, we are investing and we are here for our members. So people like yourselves, and this is exactly why we are here.
Hey guys, my name is Brendan Tran. I'm 18 years old. I'm a pop and R&B artist from Southwest Sydney. I found investing not too long after my HSC year, just as another way to support my dream of becoming a recording artist.
Hi, my name is Monica. I'm 23 years old and in my final year of studying a Bachelor of Laws with a Bachelor of Social Science, majoring in criminology. I'm a bit of a social justice kind of person. I really like the outdoors and adventures. I'm not really the kind of person that normally is interested in finance or investment, but as I've moved out of home and had to jump into the real world where things cost money, I've been looking more and more into my future with money and with being able to support a sustainable environment and a world that we can all grow up in.
Hi, my name is Brooke Moorhead. I'm 23 years of age. I currently have 5 jobs, but 2 of which I own 2 small businesses. So one of them is called Treat Yourself, which is a healthy food company. And the other one is soon to be launching Sustainabags, which is a sustainable grocery bag range. So since finishing high school and moving into the different career paths, I really wanted to create something that helped the environment and also helped ourselves. And also with investing, since looking after my money moving out of home to purchase my first home, that's become a really important factor in my life.
So Kate, first of all, what is responsible investment and what is an area of focus for super funds for responsible investments?
It's a good place to start. So responsible investment is really where consideration has been made to things other than what you'd find in the financial statements of a company. So for instance, you've probably heard of ESG, so environmental, social and governance. And these are all things that we really consider when we're thinking about responsible investment. So an example is under environmental, we may think, is a company polluting? Do they have high emissions? Are they using too much water? Are they using water badly? Or are they creating a lot of waste that they're not disposing of properly? Social, things that we think about under the social banner are really things about health and safety, about cultural heritage, Aboriginal rights, land rights. Modern slavery and human rights are all things that we consider under the social side. And under governance, it's really about, is a company being managed well? Is the board of directors acting in an ethical and a strong way? So these are all things that we consider under responsible investment. So I've given a few examples of the things that we do consider. There are some areas which are really key to us. So things that we think about a lot are modern slavery. There's a new act that's just been passed in Australia, which requires us to do this. But obviously, this is really fundamental to ensure that people's human rights are being protected. Other areas that are really important to us, culture and diversity, and climate change is another big area for us to consider as well.
What is the difference between responsible investing and social economic investing?
So it will depend on who you ask, what they answer to that. But I will give you my response and how I think most people in superannuation will think about it. So responsible investment is really a spectrum, and there are different places on that spectrum. Responsible investment at a very high level can be just thinking about some of the ESG considerations before we make an investment. And that spectrum expands right through to where people are investing with a real purpose of making a difference or trying to improve or change things from a social perspective or through to impact investing. Socially responsible investment often within a superannuation context can mean that people are specifically excluding and choosing not to invest in things that may have a negative impact from an ethical perspective. So, for instance, it could be gambling, it could be alcohol, tobacco, fossil fuels, for instance, are other things that are often excluded from investment portfolios in socially responsible investment. So really, in the spectrum, it is generally the more ethical investment side of it.
So, Kate, do responsible investments really lead to better financial returns?
It's a really good question, and I think an element of it is it depends. I'll give you a couple of examples where there have been seen to be real financial improvements in returns. So culture is one of those things. Companies that have been shown to have a really positive culture have been shown to have higher financial returns. In conjunction with that, companies that have higher diversity have also been shown to have better returns. Now, those two things together are really important. So a better culture and higher diversity together are both really important in terms of returns. A couple of other examples that may actually may come to fruition over time. So if a company is a high polluter, for instance, and they keep breaching their emissions standards, eventually those companies are going to be fined, and that is going to have a fundamental impact on their bottom line financial returns. Another example will be climate change. At this point in Australia, we don't have a price on carbon. Other places in the world, there is a price on carbon. So those companies that are high emitters, they get charged for the emissions that they create. Here in Australia, we don't have that at the moment. However, when that is brought in, we are going to find that those companies that are high emitters are going to be the ones that have a real hit to their bottom line financial returns.
Thanks for that, Kate. That really helps with demystifying the whole process of investment. And in terms of doing that research to find what isn't actually in financial statements, do you know much about the process of how to figure out which companies are more responsible to invest in?
Yeah, it's a long process, and there are a range of different ways that we can do it. It does depend if the company is a publicly listed company on the stock exchange. They tend to have much better disclosure, and so we can get a lot of information from them. Obviously, the information you often get from them is what they want you to know about. And so that then does entail some forensic analysis, really trying to kind of read between the lines and work out, are they actually living the values they say they're living? If it's a private company, then we have much less information to go on. And so often it involves understanding industries, a particular industry. What are the risks? What are the ESG risks to that particular industry? And applying to that company. It also entails a lot of asking questions and knowing what are the right questions to ask. And that can be a pretty tricky process. Sometimes you do feel like you're doing forensic analysis on them.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much.
So for me, it wasn't until last year when moving out of home and buying my first place that I actually looked into my super and where my money was going to. Like I wanted it to go into renewable energy and making sure that companies that I'd put my money in were using it for a positive impact on the world. So for a younger person like myself, how do our super funds actually influence companies on these issues and adding a positive footprint on the earth?
Yeah. The influencing is a massive part of what our role is actually in responsible investment. So we have to create relationships which basically are over a really long period of time. Some of these relationships are built up over 5 years. When we have a relationship with a company, what that allows us to do is to have conversations with the board and with the senior management to ask those difficult questions. And if we don't agree with something that they're doing, is then using our power as an investor to try and help change and influence what they're doing. Sometimes we do this as a collaboration, so with other super funds as well. So we are a really collaborative industry because we know that as a collaboration, we have got so much more strength and power and ability to influence. So for instance, modern slavery, we have as a collaboration set up an investor group that is dealing and assessing modern slavery within companies. Another example of collaboration is Climate Action 100. So these are a group of investors around the world who, as a group, are working with the highest emitters. It was the top 100 emitters in the world. Now that's been expanded to, I think, about the top 130 emitters in the world. And we literally create these working groups where we have regular meetings with those companies, the oil companies, the coal-fired power station companies, the energy companies, to talk to them about what are you really doing about climate change. The other element of influencing is through our ability to vote at annual general meetings. So in annual general meetings, we have the ability to cast our vote relative to the number of shares that we own in that particular company. And that is really powerful. And it's something that we are seeing is getting a lot of traction here in Australia and overseas as well, in the ability of shareholders to influence change at a company.
It's crazy. I didn't realise that there was actually more to super, like when you were talking about modern slavery, like that's something that wouldn't actually come to my mind with super. So it's amazing to see what you guys are actually doing to create that positive change through all aspects of life. So that's pretty incredible.
And it's really interesting because, yes, there is a lot that goes on behind the scenes, but also we are really conscious of the people whose retirement savings we're investing for. So we really do listen to our members, and that's the superannuation industry as a collective. We really do listen to what's important to our members. And obviously we're investing your superannuation, your retirement funds, and we want to make sure that we are investing it in places and in ways that actually works for you as well. So it's really important for you to actually be engaged in your super and talking to your super fund as well.
So what are some examples of positive outcomes that Aware Super actually influence?
Yeah, and really that's really what it boils down to, isn't it? So I've talked about climate change, I've talked about Climate Action 100. This has been a real area of focus for us. And we have seen real changes within some of the highest emitters in Australia. We've seen companies reporting their emissions that they haven't done in the past. We've seen companies committing to reducing their emissions, setting targets and making those targets public. Other things that we have been very influential in is ensuring that companies are pegging their senior executives' remuneration, their pay and their bonuses to reducing emissions and to other climate change targets. So that's one way that I think we've been really influential. Another way has been on culture and influencing cultural change. I think most people will have heard about the Banking Royal Commission and some of the horrendous stories that came out of the Banking Royal Commission. The super funds, as soon as the Banking Royal Commission results came out, were literally there at the table talking to the banks, talking to the chair, talking to the CEO, talking to the board and saying, how are you going to change? How are you going to make things different and ensure that this is never going to happen again? Another cultural example is there was a particular company that didn't have a whistleblower service. We worked with this company over a number of years to say, there are scandals that have come out of your company. You do not have a methodology for your employees to report these in a safe way. And so they then subsequently put a whistleblower team in, a whistleblower line in that their employees were then able to phone. Other ways that I think we've been able to influence change is literally where do we direct the money to? So renewable energy, that's a way that we're really trying to increase, but also into those industries that are starting in the renewables. So storage, for instance, I know that we have invested money in some battery storage. Now that's a way that we are trying to encourage industries to grow as well. Another way has been affordable housing, and this is something that we've been really proud to be part of. We've developed a portfolio of properties which are then rented to people at a 20% discount to the rates in the area. And these are being offered to people who are not necessarily the highest earners. They're people who are often members of ours, so they are the nurses, the disability workers, paramedics, all essential workers who are most of our members. And often these are located near to their workplace, so it could be that it's half a kilometre away from the hospital that they work at as well. And I think from a quality of life and a positive social and also from a financial perspective, these are some of the really positive ways that we've been able to influence.
Amazing. It's really reassuring to know that when you're making those responsible investments, there's such a diverse impact that's being made. Do you have an example of something that could be done if a company isn't willing to make change or be held accountable?
Yeah, and that's a really important factor of what we do. The first port of call is engagement. If you haven't told somebody that what you think they are doing is wrong, then really you're not giving them an opportunity to change. As I've mentioned before, some of these things can take years. These can take 5 years of having the same conversation with different peoples within the organisation. That's always going to be our first port of call. Our last resort is going to be to effectively sell, to divest the company. If we truly believe that the company really knows what we think is wrong with them, what they are doing wrong, the damage that they are doing, and they're not willing to engage or they're not willing to make any changes, then we have to make the decision for the people who we are investing for, the members, yourselves, that it's really important that we're doing the right thing. And so we may then make a decision to actually divest and sell the company and to commit not to hold that company again.
Excellent. It's great to see that we're actually having our money put where our mouth is when it comes to keeping companies accountable for some amazing cultural changes.
What are super funds doing to reduce global emissions from what we've spoken about previously?
And this is probably my favourite subject in the world, so I'll try and keep it brief. Superannuation funds across Australia have recognised that emissions and high emissions are going to be a thing of the past and something that we really, really do have to combat. We want to work with these companies. We want to work together as an economy to reduce emissions of the economy. This is not about getting rid of all these companies. This is about helping them to transition to a lower emissions future and a low carbon future. So again, a lot of engagement with companies that are the high emitters. The other thing that we need to do as an industry is to know what our own portfolio emissions are. So we have, at Aware Super, for instance, we have $135 billion invested. We need to understand what is the emissions profile of our entire investment portfolio, because we then, when we know that, we can then set targets to reduce that. If we don't know what the baseline is, we can't reduce the targets. We may know where we want to get to, but we need to work out how we're going to get to in terms of reducing emissions. So that's actually something that we're doing internally at the moment, is we are working to try and work out what every single company or portfolio emissions are. And then from there, we're going to work out where we are going to be able to reduce the emissions.
Just quickly with that note as well, just for, say, normal people like us, what are ways in which we can help companies like yourself in moving forward and go along that path?
Yeah, I think there are 2 prongs to that. So one prong is you as an individual really can make a difference in your choices. You can make decisions in terms of transportation. You can make decisions in terms of flights, in terms of how you live, in terms of sustainability. The other way is that you, in terms of the companies that you invest in, the superannuation firms that you are becoming a member of, these are all ways that you can also have a real influence as well.
I guess we wanted to know, and the audience wanted to know, what are some of the physical impacts of climate change that super funds consider when investing?
This is a real emerging space, and I'm not going to pretend that we've got all of the answers. So we've all seen some of the physical impacts of climate change: bushfires, flooding, extreme weather events. So we've all seen these. And insurance companies and superannuation companies are really sitting up and saying, this is going to really impact the value of some of the investments and therefore all of our retirement savings. So this is a really important thing to consider. We recognise that we are investing, for instance, for your retirement is going to be in 40 years' time. So we're making long-term investments, and the real physical impacts of climate change are going to be really felt at that time. So these could be bushfire risks. This could be heat stress on buildings and infrastructure. It can be sea level rise. We're likely to have seen a permanent rise in our sea level by the time that you are retiring. And these are all really important things that we need to be thinking about when we're making investments, but also when we are looking after the investments as well. So when we're making investments, we need to understand and do an assessment on what do we think the physical impacts are going to be. So is a particular company literally on the edge of a sea? So are they going to be impacted by sea level rise, or are they next to a river and likely to be flooded? If they are, can we help that company to adapt? Can we help it adapt to climate change and the impacts of climate change? If things are really extreme, we hopefully will make the decision not to invest in something, because at the end of the day, we need to be protecting people's retirement savings.
So I actually recently found out that the super fund that I was with was making investments that didn't align with my values. They were investing in fossil fuels and non-renewable energies. And it made me think, why wasn't my super diverting its investments into something else? Kate, do you have an explanation for why these super funds aren't necessarily jumping ship straight away and only supporting companies that are making a good choice for our future?
Yeah, and it is one of the most fundamental questions that we have to ask ourselves internally. And it's, at face value, you would think, yeah, just sell them. You know what, get them out of the portfolio. And it would be lovely if we could do that, and if all of those industries would shut down safely, all of those workers would then move to new jobs in low carbon economies. Unfortunately, it is so much more complex than that. And essentially, we want to work with companies who are able to transition. We want to help them and work with them along the way to ensure that all of the workers in that industry are not left high and dry. We're seeing it with kind of the shutting down of coal mines, of coal-fired power stations, that we're finding there are whole groups of people who aren't necessarily going to find employment in that area again. And we want to work with those companies. If we immediately divest, we lose our seat at the table. We lose any influence and power that we have to work with that company and encourage better outcomes. So we will always try and work with industries to try, or particular companies, to try and help them to change. So a good example is an energy company that has traditionally been all in coal-fired power stations, but they have made a commitment, and there are a number of companies that have done this. They've made a commitment to shut those coal-fired power stations over a period of time and work with all of their workers to help transition them to different industries, renewable energy, for instance. So that's a way that we feel that we can actually influence better change. If we were just to divest out of companies, and we are seeing this in places, sometimes those companies don't just shut down, or those particular coal mines or those coal-fired power stations don't shut down. They get sold to less scrupulous investors and people who really won't necessarily care about the remediation. So when that does close down, ensuring that the biodiversity or the environment around it is actually preserved, or they may not care about worker safety. So that is not a good outcome for others. The one thing I would say is that we and at Aware Super and other super funds have said there are some industries that we really cannot see a path forward, that there doesn't seem to be a path to transition. There are some sectors, however, that we really do not see a future pathway forward for them. And thermal coal mining is one of those. We're seeing across the globe that there are declines in demand for thermal coal and for coal-fired power stations. So we've made the decision at Aware Super and a number of other superannuation funds who have said there is no future, there is no way that thermal coal is going to be a fuel of the future, and we therefore made the decision to divest from that.
Wow, it's so interesting to see that super actually has such a big influence on the choices that companies are making, and also helping with influencing some shifts towards some better options that are much better for our environment and our future as well.
It can be slow and it can be a long-term gain. It can be a long-term game. So it would be lovely to get instantaneous changes, but unfortunately that's just not the way industries work.
Yeah, it's just such a interesting way of hearing like that different perspective of how you guys are not just divesting out of it, it's actually trying to create that change. Like for us, you think, oh, why can't I just pull out? But really like hearing that perspective, you're actually trying to make that change in that company. And if you do see where there is no clear pathway for that, then making that decision. So yeah, it's great to know the different aspects of how you make that decision.
Yeah, I had no idea you guys had such a wide contribution to impacts on the future of just everyone in general. Yeah, I think that was so amazing.
Yeah, it's great to see how that cultural shift as well. It's also unearthing that for long-term super investment, it doesn't make sense to invest in companies that are not going to align with our values in 10, 20 years when we want to see a greener future for our kids. So it's good to see that we're also potentially going to have some better investments with more environmentally responsible companies.
And we're certainly trying to invest in line with what our targets are for reducing our portfolio emissions. So companies have to align to our values for us to be able to continue investing with them for the long term.
Thanks a bunch for joining us. And if you want to learn more about Super, head over to Aware Super in the marketplace for some videos and quizzes.
G'day guys, welcome back to Contest Valley. I want to say a big thank you to Aware Super for sponsoring that last webinar that you saw. Jump over to their academy. That's the Aware Super Academy. Complete that for your chance to win $1,000. Anyone interested in construction or trades, there's also the CSQ Academy there that you can complete to potentially win $1,000, as well as the FinLit modules, the FinLit Academy. That's with Westpac and you know, getting financial literacy. So you can also win another $1,000 there. Now, time to give away some prizes like we did yesterday. I've got 3 questions. The first 2 people to message us in the live chat, which should be down in the bottom left. I think I pointed to the right then, but bottom left of your screen gets to win the prizes. Now, the 3 questions, here we go. What is the name of the nutrition, fitness and wellness brand that Steph Claire Smith and Laura Henshaw have? Second question, what country did Afterpay originate from? And the third question, a true or false? The first ever version of Microsoft Word was released in 1983. Now, I'm going to go over those again. What is the name of the nutrition, fitness and wellness brand Steph Claire Smith and Laura Henshaw have? What country did Afterpay originate from? And the true or false? The first ever version of Microsoft Word was released in 1983. Quickly chuck your answers down there in the live chat. We've got our team waiting to get your answers. Tune back in at around 5:50. We're going to be doing this again and giving away some more merch. Thank you, guys.
Hi guys, I'm Joshua from Year 13 and thanks a bunch for joining us at the Year 13 Expo. I'm joined by the go-to person when it comes to career and recruitment advice, Sung Ho Lee. Sung is a regional director for Michael Page based in Sydney, specialising in the recruitment of senior executive level professionals. Yes? Over the past 14 years, Sung has recruited a vast number of CFO, COO and CEO level professionals into the commerce, banking and finance, government and not-for-profit, private equity and venture capital sectors in Australia. Welcome, Sung. Thanks for stopping by and having a chat about everything to do with careers.
Thanks for having me.
Lovely. First, I'd like to just talk about stripping it back to a bit about basics to do with, finding a job and landing a job. And usually the first thing that people see an employer is, the resume and the cover letter. I just kind of like to discuss, what that actually means now in like the modern working landscape.
Right, okay. So, and to give everyone a bit of context, I think it's important that I explain how technology in the world has changed, right? So, I joined recruitment in 2007, where we were still advertising jobs in the papers. Do you remember what a paper is? Like
I do, of course I do. Yeah. I'm not that young.
I'm acting like I'm that old as well. No, but so in 2007, there were press advertisements for job ads, and I think for entry-level jobs, the average application rate was like 25, 30 applications per job, right? So that meant people could take their time reviewing the advert. There weren't many people out there you could really stand out. But have a guess how many people apply now?
Like online?
Yeah.
Surely there'd be like, from stuff I've seen, it's like more than 60 at least in one job.
It's like 100 to 150 for graduates, right? And right now, if you think about it, what's changed? Well, technology has made things easier, right, to apply. You actually don't have to read adverts to apply for a position. So because it's easy, volumes have increased. So you've got to actually think about the person who's reading your resume, thinking, how am I going to stand out, right? So you've gone from 30 to 150. And the rule of thumb is, we teach this in recruitment, that the person who's reviewing the resume, they only have 7 seconds to review your CV quickly, and then they've made a judgment and they've moved on, right? So you've got to stand out very quickly from that. So to explain, I explained to Josh before, but CV and resume are exactly the same thing, and a covering letter is something else. So what I've noticed is a lot more people are focusing on their covering letter for some reason, whereas for us in industry, when we're talking with experienced professionals, we actually tell them to not worry about the covering letter and focus on the resume because of the volume that's out there. Yeah.
Nice. And it's kind of a good point in talking about how to stand out on a resume and things like that. So what are some things that people can do to stand out when, they're putting stuff on their resume?
Well, there's the basic stuff like education, career experience, volunteering, whatnot. Details, I think people are looking for details about the business that you worked in, right? So don't just skim over internships that you worked at a business and just name the business, because the reality is you want it to be impactful when someone's reading that part of your resume. If you think about the volumes, people aren't going to be Googling what Joe Bloggs & Co. is, right? So you want to explain what Joe Bloggs & Co. is. They are a $200 million multinational business, so it gives your experience a bit of context, right? And I think valuable information like that on one page has a lot more impact than someone putting in volunteering experience from 10 years ago, yeah? What else? I think you got to think about the attributes that the person is looking for, right? So are they looking for hunger, drive, teamwork, leadership, communication skills? Then I would think about your resume and go, well, how does my resume read those attributes, right? Because right now, I think a lot of graduates are just thinking grades. I've got to put my grades there. And the reality is not everyone has great grades. Like I didn't. I don't know if you did, but
no, definitely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, but I think it's like speaking on personal experience as well. That's like you grow up thinking like grades is what gets you like jobs and gets you into places, but like in reality, like you have to say like
totally not the case. Like when I was applying for positions, it was all about the grades, right? But I'm telling you now, 14 years later, we're not looking really at grades. Like, we're looking for a minimum expectation, but we're looking for those soft skills, right? And I think graduates need to be a lot more critical, like self-critical. So I asked them, like, how good are your grades? And they're like, great. I got a credit average. I'm like, that's not great. I'm like, if I took home a credit average to my mom, I'd be kicked out of the house.
Right, yeah.
Like, so I think it's having that context of what good looks like.
Okay, very interesting. So I guess then on that point, so talking a lot about, you know, standing out and things like that on the same topic, you kind of spoke about how you can include certain things, and you spoke about also about like internships and work experience as well. So how actually valuable like are they like as components when it comes to, you know, like assessing someone's character or like their work experience?
Yeah, 100%. I think internship and work experience is more valuable than good grades, right? Because I think it teaches a lot of different things. So as someone who's reviewing a lot of these resumes and seeing a lot of applicants, the ones that stand out are the ones that have a HD average, but actually the ones with internships during their uni degree. So it's telling me, wow, Josh was working for free in his last year of uni. Like, he really wants this job, right? Like, and I think it shows me the hunger, the passion, the drive, but more importantly, it also tells me that that person knows what they're getting into, right? Because unfortunately, there are a lot of people in this day and age that we live in the social media world, right? You think that a job is a certain way, and I hear this all the time. Lawyers watch Suits all day, do a law degree, get into a law firm, and they go, this isn't Suits, where's my romance? And instead they're pushing paper and they're getting coffees. And it's like, the internship would actually show them what the reality of the job is at the ground floor, right? It's like, I had a doctor friend, they did an intern, they get into a hospital and they're like, it's not Grey's Anatomy. And I'm like, well, no, right? And what was missing there? I think they were lacking the hunger and drive to find that first, right? So yeah, internships 100% valuable.
Yeah. So also just going off that real quick, I think another important point is, although like some internships may not be like necessarily what they're cracked out to be, there's sort of a process that you do have to go through with it to eventually, you know, get out the other side and be like, okay, maybe this is still actually what I want to do. Like, the progress is still there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it will show you the reality of what a corporate job is like in that field, and actually help you realize. So some people do internships and they come out of it going, I love that. Like, it was hard work, but that one thing that I saw the senior person doing on my last day of internship, that's exactly what I want to be. And that's what people are looking for, right? And I think, like, generally speaking, when corporates are looking at graduate resumes, they are looking for experience that's a bit different than just simply working in a corporate or getting an internship. And the reason being, like, you know, I look at sporting achievements, right? So as we're focusing on soft skills, we're looking for leadership, we're looking for communication, we're looking for teamwork, and someone who's played sports at a certain level, like whether they're the captain of their cricket team or, you know, like president of the chess club or something. It just shows a little more hunger, communication, teamwork, etc. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I can share, but I hired recently a ex-professional rugby player as a 24-year-old bloke, and his resume had nothing on it because he was playing rugby overseas in France, and he played for the Wallabies once, but he literally he's never used a computer before, but he knows what hard work and teamwork looks like. So we hired him off his influencing skills, his hard work, his resilience, his grit, and he showed that on his resume. Yeah,
that's very inspiring, because there's a lot of people out there that probably feel like that, you know, I can't do a lot of things, so like people aren't going to hire me. So it's almost like the stuff that it might not be like curricular, it might be like outside of school, but it shows that you have the skills still to like make it and get what you want, essentially.
That's it. We got to stop thinking about grades per se, because you know, what's the difference between an HD, HD and a D, right? Not that much, right? Unless you're in a science or a STEM sort of field where they need that sort of brain power. But most of the jobs, it's about influencing. It's about communication. Yeah.
Very insightful. Cool. So I guess another thing that comes in the job process when you're hunting for jobs, like you've got your resume, say someone's like being like, yep, like you're awesome, like let's go, like come in for an interview.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The dreaded
interview.
Yep.
I fake it till I make it is my motto. So do you have any like tips or tricks when it comes to that job interview stage? Like, can you prepare beforehand, or like how, can I better prepare myself?
Yeah, I think there's the generic tips online, which I'm not gonna really cover off, but I'll tell you the ones that have the most impact for someone who's on the other side, right? So number one, a strong handshake. You'd be surprised how many people limp fish it. Have you heard that? So, yeah, okay, that's not good enough, right? Like a strong handshake. It's just like it leaves a good impression, right? Like, and some people, what they do is they walk in so nervous, focusing on other stuff, but the strong handshake kind of shows that I'm here, like I'm excited. Here you are. It comes across a bit different when it's a bit soft, right?
Yeah.
I always tell people to focus on a great intro and a close, right? And the reason why I say that, the studies have shown in communication, 70% of what's conveyed is actually not your words. It's about your tone, it's about your energy, it's about your focus, your passion, etc. I think it's something like 10% of your words are actually retained, right? Like to the person who's listening, right? And then what happens when you're preparing for an interview? You're focusing on your words, aren't you? You're like spending all night writing up like awesome answers for something, but actually you're not focused on presenting and like delivering that message with great impact. So I think less on the words, more on the delivery. And the tip I give people is like nail the intro and nail the close. And when I say nail the intro, like one thing I think stands out that graduates do right now is the ones that articulate why they're passionate about working here and want this job, right? As opposed to someone who walks in and just goes, I'll answer your questions, what do you have for me, right? It's like, thank you for your time, Josh. I've dreamt about being here at year 13. Here are my reasons why, right? And I think that has a lot of impact. And what else? Good questions, right? Like I think a lot of people are either afraid of asking good questions or don't prepare, but actually that's part of the interview, And when I say good questions, like good questions, not tell me the hardest time, the hardest thing that you've had to overcome. For me, it's like interviewing you, mate. Like, this is one of the hardest things I've had to do. But if you think about me, I've been interviewing 20 people a day, right? Like I want to be impressed by someone and someone who's thought of sensible questions and smart questions, it leaves an impact on you, right? Like, so always ask good questions.
Do you have an example of like a sensible question? Because I'm curious now, because like I usually, my sort of tactic. Yeah,
go on.
Something that I always ask in like an interview, so to say, is like a culture question. But to me, like culture at a workplace is very important, but it may not be a priority for someone else. But I always seem to go down that route. But in terms of like a sensible question, like, do you have an example of one?
Like I had one recently. We hired a graduate from the University of Wollongong. All right. There you go.
Wollongong represent.
And he saw that I've been with the business for 14 years and my job's changed like every 3 years or so. And he was, as a graduate, so I was a graduate, he was a graduate, and he was asking, well, what are the challenges that he would face now compared to what I faced before, and what actually kept me here in this business? So he was like bold enough to be like, why haven't you left? And I'm like, oh, I like that question. Like, he's like, you could have left, you could have chased something else, but you stayed for a reason. Why did you stay? So, yeah.
That's like that, That's, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people might find that a bit like invasive.
You might think it's invasive, so then you don't try, but then you don't leave an impact, right?
That's true.
Yeah. And if I felt it was invasive, I wouldn't answer the question, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's better to ask in a respectful way than not.
Yeah, I agree. Awesome. So I think another big thing when it comes to the process as well is how much experience is experience, if that makes sense. It's like I could put on a resume, say I worked, for example, at a retail store, and I was there for 3 months. Is it worth putting that on a resume, or, how can I tell what is actually experience, or like what time length is justifiable for me to be like, this shows my experience and this shows the things that I've developed?
Oh, it's that's such a broad question, isn't it? Like, it depends on the type of job that you're doing, how transactional and how much turnover is in that job. But I will say, generally speaking, in the market, tenure is reducing for everyone's role. So back in 2007, when I joined recruitment, it was typical that people stay 3 to 4 years, right? Like in one job and then move on to the next one, or one company. And if you left within 3, there would be you'd be frowned upon, like, oh gosh, you're unstable. But
like
now,
the quitter mentality.
You're a quitter.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a Gen. So I'm Gen Y. So they'll be like, oh, you're Gen Y, right? But that's evolved because tenure is changing, right?
Right.
Like I saw something recently through COVID. The average tenure of CEOs in Sydney, it's like 2 and a bit years. Like, that's actually not that long, right? And that's because of pressure, demands, change in business strategy. So if that's happening, it's like filtering down, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm talking about corporate, I'd say anything less than 2 years, you'd probably be questioned, like if you're doing a job. And the reason being, sensibly, it takes a year for a graduate to actually learn what the job is, right? You're learning all throughout the job. And then it's your second year where you're actually good at what you've learned, right? Right. And then by then it's okay, you're ready to move on if the opportunity to progress isn't in there, right?
Right.
Anything, look, to be honest, anything less than 6 months or a year, like, I think there will be questions asked of that individual. And I think you need to be prepared to answer that articulately, because like, if you think about the person on the other side asking those questions, it's like, why did you leave that job? Well, found out I didn't enjoy it because it's like blah, 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 and all these different reasons. The person on the other side's thinking, oh, Josh doesn't make good decisions, right? Like, you knew what you were getting into, so I think it's like thinking through the reasons why you're going to leave, because there is a perception on the other side. Yeah. I'd also say it's not a good tact for people to say, I don't like my colleagues and I don't like my boss and they treated me like this, because again, it reflects poorly on you. And I think you've got to manage that message appropriately. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. So what happens if, like, I guess maybe the culture of a place wasn't right for you? Is that still a reflection of that person?
Oh no, like again, if it's a toxic culture, I would explain it that way. And again, things are explainable. You just got to get your message right.
Yeah.
So I'm using different examples. You're using an extreme example, but
yeah, that's why. I mean, I feel like I'm going the full different ends of the spectrum. Pretty much.
Are you in a toxic culture right now? Blink if you want me to.
Blink twice if you're okay. No, I am so sweet.
Oh,
cool. And another thing, I guess. So coming out, whether it's coming out of high school, it's so your first like entry-level job, or alternatively you're a graduate, you're coming out, knowing your worth with how much you deserve or how much you think you may deserve, whether like with a salary. And I think it's a bit of a taboo subject. I think talking about like pay and everything when it comes to like entry-level jobs, but even just like negotiations as well.
So why is it taboo? Like,
this is from my own personal experience.
Okay. Yeah.
I could not be, but I feel like I was almost like instilled that talking about pay, like like a pay rise or talking about how much you're worth is almost like frowned upon.
Interesting. Yeah. Like,
Do you disagree?
I wouldn't say that. I'd probably flip the question around to be like, so if the question is what are graduates worth out there in the market, it depends on the field that you're in and what the market dictates. So thankfully we live in Australia. No one's going to get underpaid whatsoever because they'll get in trouble. So I'd say the market will dictate what the graduate salary would be, and that depends on the field that you're in, etc. And obviously top graduates, right? So if you're the best of the best and you've got 3 competing offers from different firms, then your demand is higher, so you can pick and choose what you please, right? But I actually think, like, if I go back to the mission of like Year 13, like, and that's about helping teenagers and graduates have a lot. It's career focus, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, you know, find your passion, and almost like if you find your passion in a career way, you'll never have to really work a day in your life.
Yeah. Okay. So on that message, I'll say you're gonna work your passion, never work a day in your real life. Well, that means you've got medium and long-term vision for yourself, right? What that means is you shouldn't sweat the pay, because pay is short-term, right? Like, and that's probably, I wouldn't say it's taboo talking about pay, because you got to negotiate and get what you deserve. But what are you negotiating with? Like, you're one of hundreds of graduates. The company is the one giving the graduate the experience, the chance to learn, develop and grow. So there's a lot of investment on that way. And I hear a lot of graduates debating about $5,000. And I'm like, $5,000, like, it sounds like a lot, but it's like $200 a month after tax. Like, it's not that much. It's not going to change your life. So I think it's probably more focusing on the medium and long term. Like, am I passionate about this career? Do they have people that are willing to invest in me? Do they have a track record of progressing people like this in this field? Or do I like the culture of the business? Pay me what I deserve. Make sure you don't underpay me, and, like, you know, that's important. But pay, if you only focus on pay, that's far too short term, right? And I've seen it happen way too much, where graduates will just chase pay. So they'll come, they'll get the 5K extra now, and then what happens is a year or two later, they're not happy. They'll go again for more pay. They'll keep moving, and then what happens is the career plateau, right? So you've been pursuing pay, and you haven't been pursuing experience. And what happens is 5 years later, you get to a certain pay grade where your experience doesn't match up, and then you're stuck, right? Because you haven't learnt how to do certain things, but your salary is here. So you're not willing to take a step back in pay to go back into the market, right? And a lot of graduates end up in that rut. Yeah.
That rut, yeah. Very interesting. So do you have any other parting words of advice for someone that is, you know, either finishing up high school this year, looking to, you know, not actually study, go straight into a job, or alternatively someone that's about to graduate uni and, you know, hunt for their first job?
Yeah, I'd say be self-critical, like, of yourself, like the example I gave you before, where people are saying, I've got great experience. Sometimes you need to get your resume, go to someone who's not a family member, who knows what they're doing, and go, what do you think of my resume? And they'll be like, it's average at best. Feedback is a gift. Sometimes that's what you need. You need feedback. You need to be self-critical, because I think then it will give you the drive and passion to focus your efforts in certain areas. Research a lot. Like if you want to be an engineer in a certain field, then don't just apply on 3 jobs. Research that field. Find every single engineering firm that does that thing, and then directly approach those firms, right? And I'd say show grit, resilience, but also, like, do a lot more. Like, people who are graduating right now, COVID has changed things, right? So a lot of firms aren't necessarily recruiting the same sort of people because of COVID. You know, it's changed certain things. So what that means is people who've been graduating or studying in uni for the last 3 years, they're graduating thinking it's what it was before COVID, because things have changed in a way. Certain engineering fields aren't going to be hiring anymore, right? Accounting firms aren't going to be hiring as much as they used to be. Tech is where it's at, right? So people need to kind of pivot according to the market and then apply for a lot of jobs. So I had another conversation with a graduate who was like, Sung, the market's so tough. Like, I've sent out so many applications, I got rejected. I was like, how many applications have you made? And they said, 10. I was like, oh, that's a good hour. So you need to apply for more. Like 50 applications, you might get 1 or 2 calls back with a great resume, right? So that's kind of the thinking that a lot of graduates need to do. And get internships, right? Like, get internships. You got to show them that you're willing to do things for free. Like,
Awesome, cool. I think that's a great note to end on. Thanks so much, Sung, for all that advice on careers. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that are going to find a light or, you know, a nugget of wisdom that you just shared with us. And put it to good use, essentially. So thank you so much.
Awesome.
And make sure you guys stay tuned for more awesome content coming up on the Year 13 Expo as well. Thank you.
Welcome back to Contest Valley. I just want to send a big congratulations to Ruby Peacock and Tommy MC for being the first two to get in with the answers. Now we're going to do this again. We've got 3 more questions for you guys. Again, all you have to do is be the first 2 people to message us on the live chat, which should be in the bottom left of your screen. And yeah, the first 2 to do it win some sick merch packs. So first one. Rapper Fluent, who was on the main stage earlier today, released a song in 2020. Was it called A, Catch Me, B, Always Was, or C, Bigger Than Me? Second question, it's a true or false. Westpac is Australia's first and oldest bank. And then the third question, singer-songwriter, music production, and animation are all courses at what school? And here's a bit of a clue. They do have a webinar tonight. So they were the 3 questions. I'll go over them again. Rapper Fluent released a song in 2020. Was it called Catch Me, Always Was, or Bigger Than Me? Second question, true or false? Westpac is Australia's first and oldest bank. And then the third and final question, songwriting, music production, and animation are all courses at what school? Now, as I said earlier, there's 4 other places you can win some prizes. We've got the CSQ Academy, we've got the Aware Super Academy, we got the Westpac FinLit Academy, and we've also got Engineers Australia. So if you want to check out any of them, head over to the marketplace, and yeah, hopefully you guys can win some more prizes. Speak soon, guys. Cheers.
Hello guys, welcome back to the Year 13 Expo. I'm Izzy and today I have the pleasure of talking to Charlene Lee. She is a veterinarian. I've always struggled saying that word, by the way, veterinarian. I'm, oh my God, and I'm joined by Charlene, the beautiful dog Tuna, which I'm very stoked about. You've won the Expo. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Literally. Thank you for coming. So first, we're going to talk about high school.
Wow.
So do you have any struggles that you can pinpoint from high school?
So I'm originally from Malaysia. So I did the first half of my high school in Malaysia. Then I did the remaining here over in Australia. So over here in Australia, the high school is actually a little bit different. I actually really enjoyed high school here because I get to choose the subjects that I love to do. For example, like I did arts, I did drama, music. I think that get to showcase sort of like my creative side, but at the same time, I could still study subjects such as chemistry and physics. So it made me feel a little bit like a scientist. The main struggle in high school, as because I'm from Malaysia, I am Asian. My parents are still back there, but I didn't escape the whole tiger mum thing. I had a tiger sister. So I actually really don't like studying, believe it or not. I hated studying. So trying to sort of like be very good academically because of my tiger sister, that was a big struggle. And then obviously coming in from Malaysia, I was a day student, and then coming here, I was I was then being sent to a boarding school. That was a big change for me. So that was like probably those were like my biggest two struggles.
Totally.
Yeah.
And you were kind of talking about subjects. What inspired you most to go down your path now?
Well, I think what inspired me the most is, in terms of subjects, I don't think there's any subjects that inspired me because being a vet, I think you just love animals and you sort of just go down that path and, go for it. So there's no real like sort of subjects. I think what inspired me the most is the love for animals.
Yeah, totally. And what skills though can you pinpoint that you gained from subjects from school?
I will tell you now. Number one, drama.
Yes, good.
Because it really helped me a lot in public speaking, like now, and also, not being afraid to be a total goofball in front of social media, although some are a little bit cringeworthy, I'm not gonna lie. Then the next thing is definitely mathematics. So obviously starting out on my own, I have my own business. Everything counts in terms of cha-ching when it comes to your own money. So mathematics is like the biggest thing. So you learn to like charge people properly, do markup, supplier paying you the right time. Like everything is like, oh my God, mathematics, lifesaver.
Totally. And what subjects prepared you kind of for now, even though...
For now?
Yeah.
Well, owning my own business, mathematics is definitely the biggest thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Because if you're strong with your numbers, then you are actually protecting your business, then you're going to be good at, managing your business overall. So math is like the best thing.
Maths and drama. I know. So different, but I know.
But that's why I always think that I try to encourage, younger kids to say, hey, definitely try different things because you need, to learn to be creative and you need, to try different things, learn new things, experience new things, because only that, then, you get to find your passion, your hobby. You never know what you're going to find, right? Explore. And you need, both sides to be successful, I think.
Exactly. So moving on from high school, how was your transition from high school to where you were now? Like what were your initial plans whilst you were in high school?
So obviously in high school, I was like, I'm going to be a vet. So great, studied, went to vet school, then I went into uni, then pretty much finished my uni, and then after that worked with a couple of different vet hospitals for about maybe 5 to 6 years. Then I was getting really frustrated. I was complaining to my sister saying, oh my God, I don't like this. Why is this happening? I'm really frustrated. And she pretty much said, if you complain so much, why don't you start it on your own? I was like, challenge accepted. So that's pretty much like the transition of of like from high school to uni to where I am today. So then that was like 7 or 8 years ago since I started my own vet hospital.
She's sending it. And compared to your friends, like what were they doing when you were kind of going into your own path?
You'll be surprised for me to say this, but I don't actually had a lot of friends back in like high school or uni. I was a little bit like they call them like loser, I would say. I know.
I do not get that vibe. No.
So I was a bit of a joker. Some people find me a bit, too much. So I decided to, don't focus on what people think, don't need to fit in, focus on myself. And, like they always say, you're on your own journey. Don't compare yourself to anyone. Concentrate on yourself and just enjoy your own journey.
I love that. Write that down. So now we're going to talk about passions, purposes, paths, keywords. Why are you so passionate about what you do now?
Okay, I'll let you into a little story. So I suppose passion is like finding your why. So growing up in Malaysia, I had lots of dogs. I had about 4 dogs at one time. I had like lots of hamsters, rabbits, all that stuff. So my dad bought me a little Rottweiler puppy. And at about 5 to 7 months old, he started having problems walking. And I was like, oh, what's going on? Try to take him to the vet, our local vet. They didn't know what was going on. Take him to the one and only vet, like the biggest vet hospital in Malaysia. And they say, look, we don't really know what's wrong with your dog. And pretty much we suggest that you should put him to sleep because he can't walk. So I was really upset. I took him home, drove him home, and had to call the local vet and said, hey, that other vet from, the university said, we have to put him to sleep because he can't walk. That vet just go, oh, I don't really know how to put them to sleep, so I have to call the council. So it was very traumatic because I was 13 years old back then. I remember everything vividly. And the council guy came and they didn't know how to euthanize an animal humanely. Holding my dog, and literally he just jabbed this solution into his heart. He screamed, I screamed. It was shit. And at that time, that's where I go, you know what? I need to get into the industry to not let any pet parent feel as helpless as I did. I did not like that feeling. I hated that feeling. So I think that was when my whole passion, my whole why started.
Wow.
I had to get into the industry. There'll be so many people that's going to feel like exactly how I felt, helpless, like crap, like shit. That's not nice. So I was like, you know what? That's it. Done.
Wow.
So that's how I found my purpose or passion, I would say. Yeah.
And I guess, how did you eventually get into the industry then?
Yeah, so as mentioned, studied in high school, went into, did my uni in Sydney Uni, graduated as a vet, and pretty much the pathway to be a vet is actually pretty straightforward. So once you go into uni, you finish your uni, then you actually graduate to be a vet. And then from there on, that's where you have so many options in terms of where you want to go. You can be a large animal vet, small animals vet, exotic. You can work with cheetahs, lions, whatever you want.
Oh, I want that.
Yeah, so it's really, really cool. So pretty much once you graduate as a vet, you choose your own paths. But for me, I decided to treat my furry friend.
Yes. I just want to play with Tuna the whole time.
He's falling asleep. Wake up.
And what does your day-to-day job look like now?
So I have 2 roles. So number 1 is being a vet, and then the other one is being a business owner.
Of course.
Yeah. So being a vet is probably the fun side of things, I would say. So every day is so different. So pretty much you don't know what's going to walk in the door. So say, for example, yesterday I was putting my vet hat on. In the morning, it was pretty cruisy. We had, cats coming in for vaccination, dogs with conjunctivitis, nothing too exciting. And then boom, 1 minute, a call came. cat fallen off balcony, a dog that got, got into a dog attack, dog fights. And then after that, we're like, okay, damage control. We're like, oh my God. Then after that, in the evening, there was a cat that's been vomiting for a few days now. And then we had to rush into x-rays. It actually had something stuck in the intestines. So it can be quite crazy being a vet, but I love it. I absolutely love it because you don't know what you're going to get. Then obviously with the business owner hat, you work I do the business side of things. So focusing on things like marketing, doing HR, staff things, making sure like the finances are all good and, where we're going to take our business like next year or, what the goals, budgets, all that stuff.
Wow. It seems like every day is different.
Yeah,
You're never bored.
I know, it's really good. I really love it.
And then I guess what do you love most about your industry?
I think now that I can now that I've started my own vet hospital, I love the fact that I could now, really provide the highest quality of pet sort of like vet care to all the pet owners, like to all my patients, to all my clients. I think that's the thing that I feel the best about.
Yes. I love it. I love it. So now, what advice would you give your 18-year-old self?
Oh, wow.
What wouldn't I tell her?
Wow. Where should I start? Number one, definitely party harder.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, party harder, but at the same time, make sure that, don't fail any subjects. Make sure that your study still comes first. And then I would say number two, don't be afraid to try new things. I think I regretted not taking a gap year. So a lot of people got a bit scared. Should I take a gap year? Should I not? Definitely take a gap year because I think you get to meet new people, experience new things, see the world, and then really learn to, open up your creative sides or non-creative side whatsoever. But also the last thing is, I would say, hey, Shalene, don't stress about wanting to fit in so hard. Back in uni, what I did was, I was a bit of a loner, I was the weird one out. So thank God I had my best friend who was studying in another uni. So I actually skipped a couple of classes. And and actually went over and, visited her and hung out with her. And that actually opened me up to meeting new people from different faculty, people from different backgrounds. I wish I was a bit more adventurous back then. So that's the advice that I'll give myself if I see my 18-year-old again.
I love that.
It was so long ago.
Do you feel more adventurous now?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm doing
Good.
this.
You seem it. And what advice would you give to someone wanting to get into this field?
So I think anyone who wants to work with animals, it's a given that they love animals anyway, correct? So I think one of the things is, number one is really dig deep and think about what makes you happy when you're with animals. Because working with in a shelter environment or say, for example, in a cheetah conservation program is completely different, but you're still with animals. So be true to yourself and really dig deep at, what makes you happy. Then after that, don't be upset. You'll find that people in the vet industry, or not vet industry, in the animal industry, not everyone shares the same, thinking as you. But don't get upset about that. So find someone that will share your beliefs and your values, and then find a great mentor.
Did you find?
Yeah, I would say that my sister's one of my biggest mentor. She, really believed in, how I see pets, or I call them fur babies. I know. So she is the one who pushed me and say, you know what? Create your own vet hospital. Do what you believe in. So we actually have, we throw fundraiser parties, as we call it. I know.
Love it.
And we also do, pretty much we are part of the Pledge 1% movement. So that's where we pledge 1% of our services, products, and or I think time to a non-for-profit organization. So pretty much 5 years in a row now, minus last year because of COVID, we've been part of like the pet care team support for Sydney Homeless Connect. So we look after so homeless people and their pets. So we do that. We work with council. So I'm a big believer of giving back to the community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
So we give back a lot. We pretty much work with councils to help people in need. We also work with some of the local shelters, trying to help them out with desexing programs and vaccination programs. I think all those are very important. And they're very strong, like part of my values, I would say.
Totally. Fun. I just want to be around animals all day too.
I know. I know, right?
So, cheeky, last question on my list at least. Bit of a fun one.
Okay.
If money was not a thing, what would you do right now?
I think if money wasn't an issue, I think my dream job would be like a animal, like TV presenter, like pretty much like Sir David Attenborough.
Oh my God,
you know, you get to travel around the world and learn so much and see so much beautiful things. Yeah, I think that would be like my dream job.
Dude, okay, fine, I'll quickly tell you my dream is to just adopt a lion. And then I'm one of those people that like goes back to the lion in the wild and then it like hugs me and everyone's like, no, it's gonna kill you. It remembers me.
Yeah.
Fine, thank you for letting me share that. But bless. Well, I think that's all we've got here today. But thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, the vibes were high with you, Tuna. Thank you so much for being a part of it.
Half asleep, look at you.
But thank you so much for being a part of the Year 13 Expo. It's
Thank you for
been
having
so
us.
beneficial and amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Hello, everybody. I'm Izzy from Year 13, and today I have the pleasure of talking to Erica Geratz from Fluff. Erica, if you could give us the goss on your transition from Frank Body into Fluff and the values and beliefs we were talking about.
Totally. Hey, Izzy. Thanks for having me. So, I mean, my journey's been pretty big since leaving school. It's, over maybe 10, 12 years, and it's been quite a ride. But where I'm at now is Fluff, which is a beauty brand that is D2C. So we run online. We're based in Melbourne in Fitzroy, and we've been running for about 3 years now. So we sell makeup and skincare, and our whole vibe is that beauty is more than makeup, and we're trying to have that discussion with our audience about what it means to them and what the future of beauty means to them, with really a less is more approach to messaging and to consumption as well.
Amazing, genuinely amazing. So first of all, we're going to talk about your high school experience. So what were some struggles you had basically throughout high school?
So I look back on high school, I really enjoyed my time. I don't think I would change it at all. It feels so long ago, like quite a distant memory. And doing this talk, I really sort of reflected on what came up. But I think I was really into learning, really into being around people, really into friends. So I feel really fortunate that it was a great experience for me. But there was definitely a point where in year 11 or 12 where I had to start thinking about my future and where I wanted that to go and what I wanted to be, that I felt very torn or felt a lot of pressure to make that decision. And I think that would probably have to be the most significant thing that I can reflect on.
Absolutely. And what about your subject choices? Did they kind of inspire the path that you've taken now, or?
It's interesting because I geared all of my subject choices around getting the highest enter score I could. I knew that I wanted to study journalism, and I knew that I needed a fairly high enter score. And so I was sort of trying to hedge my bets in a way. So picking subjects like math methods and Italian and accounting and economics, which sort of had this broad, I guess, offering or potential in terms of what I wanted to do. And I'm happy with those choices because they sort of gave me a lot of entry-level life skills for what I would look into or even now can reflect on running a business. But it definitely wasn't creatively led, which is kind of funny because that's what I'm so passionate about, is creativity and connection and people, whereas the subjects I chose were much more academic.
Absolutely. And what skills do you think you gained from those subjects, though, even though they're not creative, as you were saying? But
I think high school it prepares you in terms of working with other people and teams and discipline and responsibility and accountability. And those are the things that, while they can seem really boring or frustrating or annoying, it really is a part of the process and a part of life. Unless you're going to run your own business and be your own boss and not have any staff at all, you're always going to be subject to other people's needs and demands and working with other companies or contractors. So I actually think that connecting with other people and that discipline and that routine and responsibility is what I gained the most from in terms of high school. But I mean, once you leave high school and enter the workforce, I really feel like that's where all the lessons begin.
Totally, totally. And we were talking before this interview about you kind of were into writing and journalism before you even started your business. And with your transition, how was that from high school to where you are now, like what you did in between?
I mean, I always thought that in year 10 when we did work experience, I thought that I wanted to be a lawyer, and that was really geared around working in the city, wearing a suit and making heaps of money. I did work experience and hated it, and I knew this wasn't for me. And that really made me sit down and be like, well, what do I care about? What do I actually enjoy doing? And I have a very sort of pivotal memory of talking to my careers counsellor and him asking what it was that I loved. And I said that I loved writing, and that I was interested in writing about people and potentially exploring working for different magazines. And he said that I would have to move to Sydney to do that. And that was really mind-blowing for me because I was in my little Melbourne bubble. I didn't want to leave. I was terrified me the idea of going to Sydney and leaving all of my friends. But I'm really grateful for my careers counsellor because he said this is what you have to do. And in life, you will meet so many new people. You'll have to travel. You'll have to go out of your comfort zone. So that sort of opened up my world of journalism and of writing, and which is why I chose to study that path. But again, going to university really helped me realize that sort of hardcore journalism was not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to be a news reporter. I felt like I was already behind the 8 ball in terms of being published. But we were at this point in time where digital media was emerging and social media was starting to become a thing. And I was really lucky that I was a 20-something-year-old girl growing up on the internet, essentially, and learning as the technology was developing. And my writing style really lent itself to digital and to copywriting.
Totally.
So it's sort of actually, a lot of it fell into place, and I was really guided by what I care about and what I believed in, which was somehow connecting to people through writing. I had read pieces by other authors and other journalists, and I really wanted to tap into that same idea of getting inside someone's head and expressing a story that they were unable to tell themselves. And I still feel like I do that. It just happens that a beauty brand is the vehicle for me to do that today. And who knows where that could take me in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years time.
Exactly. And just like going back a little bit, compared to you, what were your friends doing?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think everyone was dabbling in different areas. I think probably still now there are people who are very steadfast and committed to reaching a certain point later in their career, or they know that they want to be a doctor, or they know they want to be a lawyer. Then there are people who want to commit to having time off and having a gap year, which I think is incredible and something I'd really recommend. Then there are people who are, I think, not sure yet and really want to explore, and then so they choose to do something like an arts degree where it's flexible. And then there are people who just want to go out there and know that they want to create and build stuff with their own hands or their own minds. And I had that whole mix of people around me.
Totally. So when exactly did you kind of find your passion? Can you like pinpoint, oh, this is exactly what I want to do?
I think there was a moment where I was reading like the weekend paper and again read an article that really connected with me, and it felt like it was inside my head, that the author just knew what I was thinking and was expressing what I wanted to say. And that felt really amazing for me, and I realized like that's what I want to be able to do for other people. After university and working in a marketing agency for just under 2 years, I think that was really important for me because I learned more discipline, I learned more routine, I learned more accountability and got an idea of how a business operates. I still had this urge to just write every day. And this is where I pursued my first business with 2 friends, which was creating a writing agency. And I think that at the time I had this real naive optimism about doing whatever it is that I put my mind to. And I think that was the influence of my parents. But I just thought, why not? There is a gap in the industry. No one else has created a writing agency. If we work hard and we set our minds to this, we should be able to achieve it.
Amazing. So you're obviously so passionate about what you do. Can you pinpoint why?
I just really love storytelling, and I love trying to understand people and what makes them think, what makes them act the way they do, what makes them buy what they buy. And I think especially today, in a time where we're sort of so connected via technology, but so disconnected to each other. And I think emotionally that more than ever, if there are people who can cut through all that noise and help people, I guess, find connection or purpose, even through the products that they buy, that's a really worthy sort of operation or goal.
Totally. And how did you get into your industry? Kind of, you've sort of touched on this a little bit, but.
Totally. So I really fell into the beauty industry. It wasn't intentional. And I still say I'm not obsessed with beauty. And I don't think that it's the only thing that I will ever do. And as I mentioned, it's been over 10 years since I left high school. And I have done so much and tried so much. So I always say to people, do not have this fixed idea that you need to know what you want to do when you're 17 or 18. That's the most crazy request we could ask of anyone. And it will change. And so it's to sort of go where it feels good, where it feels right, where you feel challenged and where you're learning. And know that, that could be a short chapter in your life or it could be a really long one. But to be open about learning and trying new things and just seeing what takes your fancy, what takes your interest.
Totally. So this is very interesting for me, what does your day-to-day job kind of look like? It seems like it's very diverse, like lots of things happening.
Yeah, I mean, I have done so much over the years, and I laugh or joke that most of my day is just writing emails right now and paying bills. That's very much the task of someone who owns their own business. But that is the sort of the shittier side of running your own business, or the admin that you have to do. But my job also is incredibly creative and incredibly energizing in that one day I could be working on new product formulations. The next day I could be working on a campaign that we're going to run on social media, or a billboard campaign we're going to run outdoors. Then I could be, flying interstate or flying overseas when we're not in the pandemic, talking to people about our brand, connecting with people about what we care about. Then I could be going to retailers to try and merchandise our products. I could be on a photo shoot directing really amazing models and photographers in terms of capturing this idea and this message that we want to portray. So there's so many things involved, and then there's forecasting and trying to run the business side of this brand, which again is a really interesting and challenging part because I'm so creatively led that I think that's where I can look at my subjects like accounting or economics at school and be like, they set some kind of foundation, very small, but so much of that knowledge is also accessible today online and through other courses and in university. So I think it's about being open to learning as much as you can.
Totally. You never sound like you're bored.
I said that I'm never, ever bored. There is just always something to do, which I feel really lucky.
Yeah, totally. What do you love most about your industry?
I do think the beauty industry it's an interesting one. There's a lot that I don't like about it, but I also know that beauty is a vehicle of expression, and I think that that's really exciting. I think that the conversations people are having online are challenging so many norms and so many standards, which it's terrifying in some ways, but it's really exciting. And I think brands are being held accountable and consumers are sort of geared towards being more conscious in their consumption. And so I think it means that we will end up having some really great brands leading the way and not just selling products, but I guess portraying or delivering messages that will make for a better world, really.
Totally. Do you mind just touching on that more? Just like, I find it really interesting, like the values of fluff and how it like really relates to the Gen Z audience, I guess, because we're all like, we want to change the world.
Totally.
And I think that it's really relevant now.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, that's why one of our biggest sort of taglines is this idea that beauty is so much more than makeup. Like, it's in everything that we do and how we feel and how we act. And so we kind of laugh because everyone who works at Fluff is not typically beauty obsessed or driven by beauty. They didn't want to work for a beauty company. They wanted to create some kind of change outside of themselves. They're usually really connected to comms or writing or some sort of creative art expression, and then Fluff is just a vehicle for them to do that. So we really want to have conversations that challenge the industry. We want people to write about beauty as a feeling and as an experience, as opposed to just a product or as opposed to a performance or changing how you look. So that's sort of what we are really committed to and having a lot of fun exploring, but it's very against the grain of the rest of the industry. So we sort of actually always say that we're on the outside of it. We're trying to do something really different there.
So cool. So cool. So going back a little bit, what advice would you give your 18-year-old self?
I would tell myself that life is long. You know, everyone tells you it's really short, but it's really long when you're living it. And you will have the chance to be so many different things. So to not get too attached to a certain outcome or a certain idea of being someone or something. I think it's really great to try things, and finding that balance of when to keep going and to be resilient and then when to walk away from something will probably be your biggest lesson and challenge in life. I think people walk away from things too quickly, and then I think people stay in things for too long. But that's a really personal journey, and no one can tell you like this is exactly what you should do. You have to be guided by your own environment, your own life, your own surroundings to make those decisions and feel comfortable with them, comfortable enough that you can then deal with the outcome, because for every cause there is an effect. So I think when you understand that, you sort of know that you'll be able to make decisions with more confidence and deal with what path that takes you down.
Totally. Do you think your 18-year-old self would have guessed that you would be where you are now? Or do you think you were like, kind of had no idea or?
I mean, I have always worked in weird 5-year blocks. And so there was sort of this idea for me of, you know, being at a head of a company or just always writing. So in some ways I have fulfilled certain aspirations or goals of mine, but just in a really different mismatched way. And I've gone 10 steps forward and then taken 20 steps back and then gone ahead again. And that excites me. I think so long as I'm doing what I care about, I want to be working till I'm 70, 80. I love being around people and making, I guess, a difference outside of just my own life. So whatever path that takes, I'm really open to that.
Totally. And what advice would you give anyone trying to get their toes into this sort of field or industry?
I mean, I think that one of the biggest things in our industry right now is around communication and connection. So I would really explore that. It doesn't mean that you necessarily have to study journalism or advertising or comms. I mean, I personally, when we're hiring for staff, I don't necessarily look at their background or their university qualifications. If they can write a great email and if they can tell me what they're passionate about and it feels genuine and authentic, then I will have a meeting with them and see what they can do. I think resilience and initiative is so important in this industry, and it seems to be what a lot of people lack. And so I think you have to be really willing to work hard and to go after what you want, but be prepared that it's not going to be handed to you on a silver platter. You know, we have so many brands out there, so many job opportunities, but it's also very competitive. And so finding that connection with the career path that you want, you don't always get it straight away, but being willing to go through that process and to get a lot of no's before you get a lot of yeses, and to keep asking questions as opposed to just expecting answers straight away.
Totally. All right. We're at the last question. Unfortunately, I feel like I can talk to you all day. If money was not an object, what would you be doing right now and for the rest of your life?
I would still be writing, and I think that feels really nice to me that there's this consistent thread in my life, but I think that writing can take you to so many places, and it's something that I dabble on in the sides, and I really enjoy writing children's books, and then I have multiple book ideas that I'm always pursuing, and I think it's something that I can do whilst I'm working at Fluff and then eventually end up just writing on its own. And I think it's really freeing, and again, something where I can share what I do with other people, not just for me.
Amazing, amazing. This has been so inspiring because I am an aspiring writer as well. So I'm like, take notes.
Yes.
Thank you so, so much, Erica, for being a part of the Year 13 Expo. It's been amazing talking to you. And thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Saxon Phipps and welcome back to the Expo. I have the pleasure of being joined by Claudia McIntosh from Microsoft Australia. Claudia, thank you for joining us here this evening. Claudia, we're exploring everything and anything at the moment with the world of work and the world of education. Obviously, a world-renowned brand like Microsoft has a number of different kind of initiatives and different programs going on. But before going into that, can you tell me about your role at Microsoft and your journey to be able to go into such a incredibly world-renowned brand?
Sure. I'm a sales director at Microsoft, so I lead a sales team that works with a set of customers, government customers and private enterprise customers, and we help them solve business problems with technology, so software, cloud platforms and those sorts of things. My journey into Microsoft, I would say from school, Microsoft didn't exist when I was at school, so that'll give you an idea about my age. But, there wasn't a lot of a technology industry back when I left school. So I actually ended up getting into it by accident. So not something that I'd studied for, really.
And so what was high school like for you? And what would you say is a subject that you still use today that you were really keen on whilst you were at school and now your role in technology?
I would say school, I was an okay student and I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. And really getting out of school and into the workforce was where I started to develop confidence and start to really get an idea of what I wanted to do with myself as a job and so forth. Subjects that I liked at school, I enjoyed economics. The other stuff, I didn't mind English, art and other things, but I'd have to say there was a lot of things that I thought, man, I'm never going to need this. And the irony of it is through, a number of jobs over a number of years, I've actually gone back and really thought about and used most of the things that I learnt at school, which surprises me every day.
So technology's obviously changed a lot over the past 10, 15, even 5 years. And I think back to when we started year 13, how elementary we were and looking at where it is now. What are the opportunities in technology moving into the future? I think that a lot of students, from our research, about 32% are looking at new age technologies. A brand and a business like Microsoft would be doing some pretty cool things and some pretty cool initiatives, I can imagine.
Yes, of course. There's lots and lots of opportunities. In fact, we predict that by about 2024 in Australia, we'll have a shortage of 100,000 people in the industry.
Wow.
So loads of opportunity, loads of jobs. And I would encourage everybody to think about technology across every industry, not just the technology industry, but if you wanted to get into the technology industry also, it isn't just about deep engineering and coding and those sorts of things. There's loads of roles in Microsoft and loads of roles in technology companies that also really are around other professions like marketing, like HR, like legal and so forth, financial people. We have a big finance team as well. So there's lots and lots of different angles that you could focus on to come into technology. In terms of how to get into actual sort of tech roles or even just the business, we also run a number of different things. So there's a grad program, so people coming out of university. We don't just look for people that have studied engineering and IT, although that is helpful, but we've had lots of people that have studied law and marketing and other things that come through that grad program. And that is once you finished university, you come and work for Microsoft and you get moved around the organisation, and that gives you a chance to start to think about which is an area that I'd like to go in. I don't think many people go, oh wow, I'm going to leave school and go in and be a sales rep or an account executive or anything like that, but they'll get into that as they start to learn about it. Mm-hmm. Other paths into, we have a traineeship program, so in conjunction with TAFE in a number of states across Australia. And if you weren't really sure about wanting to go to university and wanted to go into the workforce and study part-time as well, there's a traineeship program that you can go into. And you would work with a partner organisation, a Microsoft partner organisation, so you're earning money as well, and go to TAFE and come out with a Certificate 4 in Information Technology. That's something that's close to my heart because that's what I did. I didn't go into technology when I left school because it wasn't really much of an industry then. It was very fledgling, but I did start out in retail and I went to work and study at night time, and that helped me start to work out really where I wanted to go.
And it's an interesting thing. My background myself, I was experienced. I went into vocational education and now have found myself in a career of technology and software. There is a bit of a misconception about what vocational education is and the kind of transfer of skills that you gain. How important is that with a business or a brand like Microsoft?
Oh, super important. We don't go and look for just hiring people that are deep in a particular area. It's really around, the well-rounded individual, and, all experience is going to teach you something. And one of our really strong beliefs is that of a growth mindset is really important, and that's where failure and trying something and moving into, what did you learn from that experience, and how can you take that into the next thing you do is really important.
Can you explain for the audience, so for those who mightn't understand, what a closed or open mindset really is, and why is that important to have an open mindset?
Yeah, definitely. Open mindset or growth mindset really is being open to that everything that you know and your intelligence is not a fixed thing. So you can always learn, you can always grow. You can really, if you put the effort in, you will learn from the mistakes you make. So don't be afraid to try, and don't be too fixed in your views around, I'm not good at, say you wanted to be a coder, for example. I'm not good at coding, I'll never be able to do that because I couldn't do it on this particular day. Well, maybe there's another way that you can find to do that thing. And that would be sort of the open or growth mindset, the willingness to learn and openness to learn and openness to come at things in a different way, and not feeling afraid to fail, because there's going to be a lot of things that you do in your life that you may not succeed at, but that's where most of the learning's at, right?
It's such sound advice, and I think it's really cool to have obviously someone like yourself and your experience that say that, almost encouraging to fail, because that's what teaches you how to learn and how to grow. Encouraging
to have a go, right?
Yeah.
You might not fail, but don't be afraid to.
I think that's really...
Don't let it stop you.
Yeah, I'm really... It's cool because you don't often think that employers want you to be able to grow like that within a business.
No, I don't expect anybody to come in, even if I'm employing somebody, I don't expect them to come in with all the answers and all the experience. I expect them to come in with, curiosity and resilience and, an openness to learn and a willingness to engage.
Well, probably it's a good segue into a good question. You obviously hire a plethora of different people from different backgrounds, different interests. What are some of the key attributes or that you look for in an individual when giving them an opportunity?
Good diversity of experience, and that can be, any experience. Yes, maybe you've gone to university or maybe you've done well in school, but have you worked in a cafe? So do you know how to deal with people as well, or worked in retail or anything, right? But have you learnt to deal with people and talk to people and learn to solve problems? And have you tried a few things and failed, and then how resilient have you been against those things? So I really look for those attributes.
And that's cool because a lot of the staff at Year 13 have all come from backgrounds of working in hospitality, in the retail sector, and we think that kind of everyone should, because you're working with all different kind of backgrounds, different age groups, you're working in different environments, and then you've got to, at the end of the day, serve your customers.
Yeah.
And it's something which a lot of people don't understand the value of that skill and what that means moving into the future.
Very valuable and very transferable. And my first job out of school, I went to work for a large department store. I did a traineeship with a department store, and I had no idea. I didn't even know how to answer the phone properly. So, you you learn, while you're there, you learn very quickly and you take that into the next thing. So I've started in retail, accidentally got into technology, went for a sales repping job, couldn't get a sales repping job selling, clothes and makeup and all the things that I thought was going to be fun. Applied for something in technology selling phone systems and got my lessons on what was IT from my manager drawing some stuff on a whiteboard and kind of took it from there. So, this is, I think, going back to the growth mindset or the learning mindset. The experience that I had sort of set me up for that first stepping stone role into technology. Don't underestimate that. Drawing on all of your experience. It's useful.
So it's almost like you stumbled across your opportunity by chance, but you were kind of preparing yourself for it without inadvertently doing so.
Yeah.
So for a young person that might be now looking at that type of opportunity, does Microsoft do anything that it kind of introduces people to technology or new skills or new industries?
Yeah, we do quite a lot through our education business. So one of my colleagues working with schools and universities in helping making sure that the curriculum has some sort of technology components in it. The traineeship that I mentioned before as well is a good way to start to get a toe in the water. So there's numerous ways that you can get into technology. Yeah.
And so what would be your advice now to, I know you've got a daughter who's previously used Year 13, which was cool to hear before, but what would be your advice to any young person listening here today about who isn't too sure about making the choice around education or an industry to go into? What would be your advice to anyone at that point right now?
I would say don't overthink it. I think most of us come out of school, well, not most of us, maybe a lot of us come out of school thinking, oh, wow, I'm quite stressed because I don't know exactly what I want to do. And that's pretty normal, I think. Jump in and have a go. Use the services of, the likes of Year 13 and the other sorts of expos that universities and schools, and others can provide. And maybe get yourself in a direction, but it might not be the ultimate end game of where you end up. So have a go, get in there, go and do some research. And university also isn't going to be the be all and end all for everybody. Also might not be a bad idea to go work for a few years until you work out what you really are passionate about, and then you can go and study that at university. So I don't think there's a fixed path. So my advice would be don't stress about it. Don't overthink it. Do something, and you will learn from, everything that you do.
I think that's a solid piece of advice because we as people put a lot of pressure on ourselves, and there's a lot of societal pressure on a lot of young people to make these decisions, and they are very stressful because you've had a relatively narrow kind of existence and being an exposure. And I think that programs like what Microsoft are offering is phenomenal to be able to gain that experience. But there's no experience like real world experience.
Yeah.
I think it's really valuable.
There's probably an enormous amount of roles that don't exist now and companies that don't exist now that people that are leaving school now will go into. I mean, that was certainly my experience. There was no Microsoft when I was at school. I think Bill Gates was still tinkering in the garage, right? And Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple, they were tinkering in the garage, inventing, the computers and the phones and everything that everybody is using these days. There was no internet, It's I'm not a futurist. I don't know what the next 20 or 30 years will hold, but I'm sure, there'll be a great rate of change. So you may end up in something that, school leavers now may end up in, an industry or an area or something that doesn't exist. Certainly a lot of companies that don't exist now. So
absolutely. And
you don't have to have the answers right now.
No, you don't. And that's why I think it's really valuable, your advice around just gaining any experience. Yeah, it is a really fundamental part of someone's development, whether it is working in a cafe, working in a pub, working in retail, just having that experience, it broadens your networks, it broadens your perspectives and your horizons. You gain an experience which other employers are looking for. So it's one of those really key pieces of advice that I think is quite missed, but the impact that it has is quite huge.
Yeah.
In terms of the changes within industries, do you have one which you think is going to be is on a major kind of trajectory at the moment within Microsoft and technology?
An industry that's in sort of major change?
Yeah, major change and growth, and where there might be a unique opportunity.
I think there's a lot going on at the moment with artificial intelligence and machine learning that, if I can maybe define that, if people are...
I was going to say, what is it? What is AI, artificial intelligence, and what is machine learning?
Yeah, I think people sometimes get scared when you talk about artificial intelligence and they conjure up an image of, R2-D2 from Star Wars is going to walk in and do your job for you and all of that. And it's not that. If I could try and define it simply, it's artificial intelligence is the science and engineering of making computers smarter, making machines smarter. And machine learning is a subset of that. So the machine learning is where you have data and data sets that is within computers. So think about computer programming, or at school you might have looked at, flow charts. If this happens, go yes. If this happens, no, you go that path. Those sorts of things. Machine learning's around data sets and algorithms, learning over time based on more interactions and more work. So an example of that might be thinking of something we use every day, Hey Siri on your phone, or, the digital assistants that, translating your voice into going and searching something for you, or setting a timer on your phone. There's also a chatbot that you might be doing some online shopping, for example, and a chatbot might pop up and say, can I help you find something? And that will then, you might say, you're looking for a T-shirt. I'm looking for a blue T-shirt with long sleeves, but I really want one that has a pocket, and that's not something that's searchable yourself by typing things in. So, you teach, people are putting the information into that computer program to teach it to go and look at pictures of the clothes and find one with a pocket and come back and help the person. And that's just kind of a rough example, but I think what that will bring to many, many industries is huge, and we're seeing that. We've seen it already with the advent of, online shopping and the digital assistants that are in there. We're seeing it with farming and agriculture as well. So, being able to put sensors in, as an example, oyster farmers using artificial intelligence, where they've got sensors in the water near their oysters. That are connecting back into weather systems, saying, okay, there's a storm coming, there'll be runoff coming, which means your crop's going to be destroyed. Go and harvest it now before the water comes down the mountain so you don't lose your crop. Another example of artificial intelligence. So I think it's going to, it changes farming. The point of it, and it has to be, sort of good ethical framework as well, but the point of it is really to reduce suffering and make people's lives better. It's not to take jobs. But it is to improve the world. Think about environmental considerations, and other things that sort of technology can bring change to. That's huge. So I think all industries, have been through and are going through transformation. Retail, we've seen that happen already. I think, an area that I work in, healthcare, big changes, and COVID's brought a lot of change as well. Big changes to, how we might deliver care to people, with remote monitoring and remote diagnostics and precision medicine as well, which is about diagnosing things more accurately rather than, here's the 10 questions, that means it's this disease. Well, maybe there's 1,000 data points, which makes your diagnosis different. So, lots and lots of change will come, I think, from those things.
And I think you touched on a cool point around, the idea of change. We did a bit of research last year on Gen Zs and this audience, and I think it was 88% said that they care more about environmental, social, and sustainability and environmental impact than they do about news and pop cultures. And that same percentile, that 88%, wanted sustainability to be brought into their post-high school education or employment. And when you kind of touch on there that this generation very much so are a one of change and social impact and environmental impact, and you looked at what kind of how you articulated AI there and machine learning it does present quite a unique opportunity for a lot of prospective young people to be able to go into a relatively new industry that you can actually help develop industries that are going through these exact changes.
It's a huge, huge area of growth, not only because it's the right thing to do, thinking about sustainability and equality and other things around the world, not only that it's the right thing to do, but companies are being mandated to do these things as well. So being more sustainable as organisations, reducing carbon footprints, reducing waste and all those sorts of things. At Microsoft, we now have a role that didn't exist 2 years ago, which is a Chief Sustainability Officer globally, that their sole job and their team is to think about how do we become a carbon neutral or carbon negative organisation within the next 20 years, right? Carbon negative, actually. And then that sort of goes into how do we design our technology, how do we design our data centres and those sorts of things. So going maybe back to one of your original questions around how should students be thinking about getting into technology, well, think about sustainability and how you can get into sustainability and how you might learn about that at either university or in a role that you might come out of school and do some volunteering with an organisation that is around environment and sustainability, Planet Ark and others like that they could get involved in. And then how do you layer that in with technology as well would be, I think, super interesting. But I can see that that's going to be a huge growth area as well in every organisation. Not just the technology area. Technology can certainly help, right?
Well, Steve Case is the founder of America Online. He published a book a few years ago called The Third Wave of the Internet. And kind of really, I can paraphrase it, that the first wave was about, the connectivity and just getting everyone online. Second wave was kind of the social and the platform boom. So the influence in which the likes of Facebook. and Instagram and the iPhone and smart technologies really had. And we're actually at this bleeding edge of this new realm of like the third wave, which is really a fourth industrial revolution in which the influence that technology is going to have over traditional industries.
It's massive.
It's even what we're doing here today. This wouldn't have been something that had been relative 5 years ago in terms of that, a webinar and speaking live to an audience. You look at how much that's now become the norm versus even 3 years ago.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't have seen it. And so if you can have that crystal ball to kind of think what industries are going through that change and how will technology influence it, you're actually quite ahead.
Yes.
And it's an exciting prospect for a lot of young people, and I think for a lot of industries as well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't have any crystal ball. I wish I did. But, I can tell you what I'm seeing is, every industry is going through the change at the moment with what you referred to as that fourth industrial revolution. And, I've always said to my children who are university age one's at work and one's at uni now, that you're going to need to understand technology so that that fourth revolution, you're going to need to understand technology in everything you do and every role that you have, because it's such an important part of our future. And the sustainability message as well. If you think about just over time how many things we produce in the world that can be replaced by something virtual. Think about all the things that just think of all the things that your telephone does now that used to be, if you put everything on the table, that your telephone does that used to be a separate device that needed to get produced and, generates waste and carbon and all the rest of it. You've got, alarm clocks, cameras, egg timers for your cooking. I don't know, millions and millions of things, all of that sort of.
All your recipes.
Yeah, everything. Your video, your Netflix, my kids don't have televisions, they watch stuff on, on their phone screens and that sort of stuff. So thinking about, generating less stuff, technology can help with that as well. And I think about how we've all worked for the last 15 months since COVID. That's kind of forced us into different ways of working as well. So people are doing Teams and Zoom meetings, having remote learning, remote medical appointments and those sorts of things. And that's not only sort of made everybody think about, do we really need all of the buildings that we have and all the cars that we have and, pressure on cities and all that sort of thing. But then that starts to, make us all think about equality in access to things like great healthcare and great education and those sorts of things. You don't actually have to get in your car and drive to Sydney Uni or New South Wales Uni. Maybe you can do some of those, get access to the education from where you are, which who knows where that is. Doesn't have to be in a main city. Same with healthcare. Changing, some of the models of care and those sorts of things to give greater equality as well, I think's, a great thing. And that's certainly why I'm in the industry, coming back to the previous point, make lives better and reduce suffering. That's what technology should be doing for us. And sustainability.
And I
forgot about sustainability.
Well, if there was a question we asked this a number we do with Year 13, but I guess one that I wouldn't mind getting your perspective and kind of thoughts on is, what would be, if you could have the crystal ball and you could go back and you could speak to old 18-year-old Claudia McIntosh, what would be, what you know now, what would be your advice?
Wow. I think I was quite worried about leaving school and I didn't really have a view on exactly where I wanted to go. And, I'm a big planner. I like to plan out, my next few moves and everything. And that was quite stressful. And I think I'd just tell myself, calm down, it's all going to work out. It's okay. Don't stress about it. You'll be working for one of the largest companies on the planet that doesn't exist yet, in a role that doesn't exist yet. And it's all going to be a super exciting ride along the way. You're going to learn heaps. So don't stress about it. I think I'd tell myself that. And probably go buy 10 houses quickly.
That's sound advice. Yeah. Claudia, thank you so much for all your time with Year 13's Expo. It's greatly appreciated, and I think there is some real wisdom in what you've spoken of today, and it's quite exciting for the future generation. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Saxon.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Year 13 Expo. I'm Josh. Right now I'm joined by a key player in one of Australia's leading brands in the fintech industry, the Executive Vice President of Afterpay, Lee Hatton. Now, it's extremely likely you've heard of Afterpay when it comes to your spending habits, but if not, chances are you're living under a rock. Lee is a visionary leader in the financial services and technology industry and is leading Afterpay to great success. Thank you so much for joining us at the Year 13 Expo, Lee.
Thank you so much for having me. And when I hear you say a visionary leader, I'm like one of the many very cool leaders at Afterpay, believe you me. Yeah.
I'd love to jump in and start talking about, Afterpay, all the things that you do with Afterpay and, how much success it's had with you, and especially in the past year. But I'd kind of like to, strip it back a bit and talk about high school and like your post-school journey. So let's, touch on, what was high school like for you?
Yeah, how cool. So high school for me was like this whole new experience. So I'm a Kiwi, you can probably tell from my accent. I grew up in a small town on a dairy farm. And so it was kind of a natural and really lucky transition for me that I was able to go away to boarding school. So it was 2 or 3 hours away in a place called Waikato Dio. Great school. And so I was kind of cast straight away, away from my family, away from my friends, into this whole new environment, which was very strict. We had special uniforms we had to wear to every occasion, and bells that basically controlled our lives. And then it was like this massive party where all my friends were there and we got to stay together 24/7. Not quite a slumber party, but like very, very similar. And then I think the third and interesting piece on it was it was academic and there was education there. But I think in that whole scheme of things, it was 1, 2, and 3, right? A brand new experience, building a new family around me, and then learning, in all those kind of academic senses of the word.
Yeah, I love that you spoke about, the social skills that you pick up in those situations, because like from a very young age, it's almost like school is sort of that social experiment.
Yeah.
And you pick up on all these, key things when it comes to like dealing with people or like things like that. So it's like quite invaluable. But you spoke about academic as well. I'd love to, just get like what sort of, subjects were you doing in school that sort of garnered your interest, and, did they actually help you decide what you're doing right now or like prepare you for the role?
Yeah, so like a couple of things when I look back on it is, and I now, like I have 3 boys, right, who are 14, 11 and 8. And I kind of look at them and I try to kind of push it forward, like, what you're doing today isn't really going to matter when you're older, and, just do your best. But so if I kind of look back there, the things that kind of resonated with me were, English and maths, like I would say kind of the simple parts of those, and that, English helps you become a good writer, it helps you interpret, and maths is just all about problem solving. And I think they kind of come with that pressure of, getting better at something. So you're just constantly progressing. I remember, there were other subjects like PE and home economics, which is where you were learning to school. I was terrible at those, which probably played out because now I have a stay-at-home husband who is amazing at all those things, and occasionally I do cook. But if I look back at school, I think the special subjects and the ones that resonated, actually there were 2 things to them. One, I had really good teachers that pushed me pretty hard. And then secondly, there were things that I kind of felt like I could contribute in. Like they were hard enough, but I had to, really learn and push through.
Amazing. Now, what was sort of, the transition after school for you, and like what were some of the things that you were doing straight out of high school?
Yeah, so because I went away to school in the holidays, I'd never really had a job or anything like that because it was such a nice time to be able to spend it with my family. And so when I was transitioning, it's not surprising, I didn't go away very far for university. Like I'd already lived away from home since the age of 13. And so I was lucky enough to go and live with my sister, who was in Auckland at the time. And she lived on an Air Force base. And so it was just really cool, again, a really cool experience to go and see people doing completely different things. It's also very cheap alcohol on an Air Force base, which was a win. But for me, that whole transition piece meant that I wanted to find some independence, but I wasn't quite ready to be completely independent. So being with my sister and her husband kind of gave me a really nice kind of push. And then I was really keen on finding a job to look at, well, A, financial independence, but B, I don't know about you, but like I was really obsessed with budgets when I was that age. Like it might have been the maths thing. And I should add, like during school, we used to have a program that was like young entrepreneurs.
Okay.
And it was, like a fantastic way to think about being entrepreneurial in your future. You got to run a company. So I was the CEO of a company when I was like 16 years old, and it was our young entrepreneurs company.
Straight on the resume.
Yeah, it was great. It was awesome. But those kind of things that meant I was really interested in how do I get a job? What does that look like? How do I find like almost like a new community, some new people? My sister was running a restaurant, and so in my first holidays, I worked at the restaurant. So she kind of gave me a leg up, but no privileges. And so, I was bussing tables. And then I went to what was called Student Job Search, and I looked for the highest paying job, which happened to be a bank teller.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so I jumped on in to banking, and you could say I've never looked back from that small moment, which was, gosh, look at all these roles, which one pays the most? I'll give that a go, to where I am today.
That's amazing. That's a pretty unique story, being like, that's the job.
Oh, yeah, well, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, that one pays the most, I think I'll try that. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, when was like a time that you actually, discovered, I guess, like a passion for something that you were very passionate about, whether it actually be within the fintech industry or whether it be like a certain skill, like working with people, for example. When did you sort of like discover, say, your passion?
So if I, it's always lovely in hindsight, like it all makes sense, but at the time, no idea, right? Like I think the key thing with my passion is, I think it goes back to where I grew up, right? So I grew up on a dairy farm. Money was something that we didn't really talk about a lot. We didn't have a lot of it. But like I was comfortable because I got to go away to school. But it was one of those things that I often reflected on, especially because farming is so cyclical. Sometimes it was really, really tough. And so I think for me, moving into working in a bank and seeing the highs and lows of people's lives, just moving through money and transactions, I think that's what made me kind of come, I guess, around to the fact that you can be a real help in this space or you can do nothing. And for me, I just kind of felt like I always wanted to help. And so my sister used to poke fun at me because she was a maitre d' of a restaurant. And so she used to be always very dressed up. And for my first job as a bank teller, she would be like, I'm going to dress you for this role. And I'd be, okay, this will be fun. And I used to wear really big earrings.
Oh my
and
God, yeah.
it was so that dress for the job you want, not the job you've got.
Yeah.
But as a result of that, people would have really mature conversations with me about their money because they assumed I was a lot older than I was at the time. But yeah, so for me, that whole passion of finding a way to help people reduce anxiety on money, I think that's kind of where it all started.
Totally. It's such a big, I guess, like people see it, there's like two ways you can look at money, I guess, like a burden, but also like an opportunity as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So having people like that actually, care for like your money and all that stuff, it's so like, it's good to know, like there's people out there like that. So
yeah, absolutely. And, it's a real thing, right? But it's yours. So it's actually yours. And if you earn it and if you, I think that's the piece. It's like, how does it feel more empowering and less controlling?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Awesome. So do you mind like explaining for our users at U13, what is, your day-to-day look like, or like what is your role more broadly? Yeah, if you don't mind touching on that.
No, that's awesome. So, I was just saying before we started this, wake up early. I've got 3 boys, and so normally it looks like taking one of them surfing or to swimming or to do something. And so, you know, I always try and crack into the day with doing some form of exercise, even if it's just going for a walk along the beach while they do what they're doing. Then generally my calls will start anywhere from 7 o'clock, you know, and so for me it's just getting that balance during the day of what's really important, what can I share with others, and, you know, I learnt this really cool thing years ago, which is if it's something that you can do, you should give it to someone else so they can learn.
Oh,
right?
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I love that.
It's really good, right? So A, it frees up my diary, but B, it really helps someone else kind of get a new skill.
Absolutely.
So yeah, my day is full of like teams and briefings. Like it might be we're designing a new product at the moment, so I spend a lot of time looking at design. It might be like PR plans or brand strategy, or yeah, there's such a gamut of things. But importantly, it's always like, what is the customer thinking when we do what we do, right? Like how is this going to impact someone's life?
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm so fortunate that that passion that we talked about before, like how is money going to empower, not control? I get to think about that pretty much all day.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So would you say no 2 days sort of look the same? Because you got like PR and then you got like product design. Seems like it's like a jack of all trades.
Well, yeah, and like I'm surrounded by insanely good people, right? And so as a result of that, you know, they often say that your role when you're in senior leadership roles, it's just about hiring and firing. Right? Like you set a strategy. Well, actually you set the vision, right? Where are we going to go? You have a strategy, which is like, what's the plan? And then you surround yourself with fantastic people that believe in the vision and the strategy, and off you go. So yeah, I think it's a little bit of a mixture of all those things. But importantly, I think there's that part of just being who you are, right? Like it's always been important to me to not switch off at the end of the day. Like it's just, I am who I am. So whatever happens in the morning carries through to my day and comes, there's no kind of multiple faces.
That's good. Very nice. Now, cool. So let's, you know, start to talk about Afterpay a bit more. So what does Afterpay sort of look for, like for young people, like when they're hiring and things like that? Like what are some key characteristics or like key traits or qualities or even like experiences that young people may have when it comes to like hiring for Afterpay?
Yeah, awesome. So like you said before, like Afterpay is this insane company that has really taken a generational shift, especially around buy now, pay later, right? And Nick and Ant, the founders, they are just so onto it, you know, and inspirational with where they can see the company going for the future. So I think when we're looking at talent, you're looking for people who see a big picture in the world, right? So they see big opportunity and they think globally. You know, they don't just think locally. I think there's this healthy ambition, right? Which is I'm ambitious for the company, not just for myself, but I've actually got drive. And then one of our favourite values that we talk about a lot from a cultural perspective is, are you the kind of person that wants to shape the future? Because that's the mentality, right? Like you said before, no 2 days are the same. So if you want something that has a process and is clear, it's not the right space, right? But if you want something that's going to challenge you every day, like so much so that even like some days my head will hurt. At the end of the day, I'm like, that was a big day. I'm tired now. I think those are the kind of people. And I would say too, it's equally about skill and experience as it is about attitude and your mindset, really. Like you can do or maybe, you know, and maybe it's not going to cut it.
Absolutely. I find that, like for young people especially, like culture is such a big thing for us. Yeah, like being surrounded by those types of people, it just like instantly clicks. And that's when you sort of know, like, okay, I want to work for this company because I share the same ideals, or like I want to surround myself with those types of people. So yeah, good advice. That's very good. Now, what does, you know, you just spoke about Afterpay and, you know, ask like key quality is like thinking about the future and how you want to shape the future.
Yeah.
So what does the future look like to Afterpay and more broadly the fintech industry?
Yeah, so we have a really awesome vision of fairness and financial freedom for all. so that's huge, right? Thinking of a world where there is fairness and financial freedom for everyone is like every day is going to be a busy day, because that is an amazing opportunity to capture. And I think a massive part of that is just as much about building something that's interesting as it is capturing hearts and minds, right? And so our future is obviously global, but it's very much about connecting with the next generation coming through as it relates to money, right? And so what are the things on how you're going to see the world differently for the future? And so what are the pieces that resonate and don't resonate? And of course, like our first cab off the rank on that was people don't like debt, right? They're not going to go into debt for the things that they want, but they want a sensible solution for how to get through that. We're going to launch later on this year a mobile app that's all about financial wellness, right? Where you can have your salary put in there and you'll get like prompts and information on how to maximize your money, right?
That's amazing.
It's yours.
Sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely need that.
No, good to hear. It's like live demo.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think for us, again, all those concepts go global, but also too, it's everything that has to come together to make those things happen. So it's everywhere from like design to, you know, influences, right the way through to, you know, mathematics and finance and audit. Like it's a little bit of everything that needs to come together to get that whole. But I think that's what makes it really exciting. One of our principles is to just, whatever we do, we keep it really simple, right? So no bullshit, like just keep it very, very simple, keep it clean and make it relevant.
Yeah, that's keep it simple is like number one thing.
There's enough complexity going on. Yeah, I remember when I was pregnant with my first little boy and everyone was saying, are you going to find out what it is? I was like, hell yeah, right? Like there's enough stuff going on right now that I definitely, the gaps that I can fill in, I'm going to take them.
That's great. So I guess now we spoke about the future and I was very curious about, you know, jobs at Afterpay, because I think a lot of people, when they think of companies, they think of it as like it's strictly belonging to like a sole industry and it's only like jobs within that industry.
Right.
But like Afterpay can be from like, you got like marketing teams, you've got like you said, product teams and stuff like that. So do you have any like, I guess, insight into, you know, what sort of jobs or like what sort of things are on the rise in like fintech or even at Afterpay in terms of jobs?
So I think a couple of the skills that are becoming really interesting in Australia that we don't have a lot of right now is things like product design and product management, more in the Silicon Valley kind of way than in kind of a traditional construct way, which is, you know, starting with an idea, testing it and researching it, but then being able to design that in a way in which it really it's differentiated and it's relatable and it's all those kind of things that you need it to be. We don't have a lot of those skills at the moment coming through in Australia. So I think that's kind of one space. The piece as well as I think this more generalist approach, like your ability to do more than one thing, right? So you might be a fantastic lawyer, but you could also be like a customer champion, right? And so I think there's that opportunity now too for people to blend their skills and not just see themselves as one vertical. It's like, yeah, I might be really good at a vertical, but what else could I be great at if I wanted to traverse that a little bit more? And that's where I think it's almost like you get these learning paths, right? Like, what are you good at? Maths, science, English. You might just be great at communication. You might be really good at creative design. Awesome, right? Like be good at that and then like work out what your B and C is so that you can blend those things together.
Absolutely, it's great advice. They're definitely not siloed, like they all communicate to each other and it's all like the skills as well from those that can translate like from lawyer to like customer. Like one of the things is like people skills essentially, like that's one way that they connect. So very important to identify that that's sort of like the way that the future is actually going to be.
Well, and also too, there is nothing in employer loves more than an employee that is like, hey, I'm really good at this, but I want to do this as well. So I'm just going to get on and give that a go, right? Like as long as you're good at your A game, then people are really happy for you to play B, C, D, E, and F. You know, like I think, you know, intrinsically people want humans to learn. So I think it's like whatever you choose to do that really well, but never lose the curiosity to do what else it is you might want to do and stretch yourself into that. Because more often than not, I reckon that's so well received.
Absolutely great advice again.
Yeah.
It's full of like nuggets of wisdom.
Oh,
Cool. I would just like, you know, just for fun, we sort of ask this question to everyone. What would you do if money were no object?
Oh, wow. Well, I think kind of it's so interesting, right? Because idealistically, I could say, oh, I'd be at home with the boys and I would, the reality of that is that would kill them, right? Like that would be like the worst possible outcome for my children, for me to be with them all the time. I think the cool thing is what I do is super purposeful.
Mm-hmm.
So I just love it, right? Like I love the fact that we can change the game completely. And so whatever it would be, and I'm lucky to be doing what I'm doing, but whatever it would be about giving something to someone or finding a way to help them be happier. Like I say to the boys at the moment, like be good, be kind, have love in your heart and be happy, right? And I think that kind of carries through to every day. So yeah, I don't know. I'm happy doing this, you know, like it's just great to see, you know, people thinking about the future in such a positive way.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fantastic note to end on. I'd like to thank you so much, Lee, for joining us. I've had a lovely time chatting with you, and I'm sure there's plenty of people watching that also found great advice in what you've said. And I'm sure that we're going to see amazing work from you, and especially Afterpay. And I'm holding out for that product. Hopefully this year. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, customer number 3. You're in.
But yeah, thank you so much. Make sure you guys stay tuned for more content at the Year 13 Expo.
Welcome back, and I'm incredibly excited to have arguably two of Australia's hottest commodities at the moment. I've got Matt Ford and Jack Steele from the Inspired Unemployed.
Hello.
Fellas, how are we?
We're good. Very
good.
well. Very good. Just hanging out in the hills of Byron Bay, trying to get away, hide away.
Trying to find ourselves.
Yeah.
Digging deep.
Like the rest of the population. Boys, I find your story quite cool. Obviously, you've got an incredible story for the past kind of 2 years with what you've been doing, but I also think it's quite unique that you both had a different path outside of school. So, Matt, I might jump to you first. Can you tell me what was high school like for you, and what did you do when you transition out?
Yeah, so school was fun, but I never really liked it. I never really wanted to be there. I always wanted. I don't know. I couldn't really concentrate that well in class. It's pretty distracting. I used to distract a lot of kids, I think. But yeah, I mean, I had a lot of good friends, so it was fun. But yeah, I never really wanted to be there. So when I was halfway through year 11, I was about to start my what was it? It was landscaping apprenticeship. I'd been working for a couple of weeks, did some work experience, and I was just about to sign with him. But then I went over and did a holiday to Bali with some mates, and a friend offered me a job there to work for an online surf shop. So I went in, I ended up quitting that. I was like, no, I don't want to. I never really wanted to be a tradesman because my dad was a bricklayer and I seen how hard it was on his back. So I nearly got sucked into it because I wanted to leave school, but then pushed that away and got this worked for an online surf shop.
Wait, tell him you did 1 day work experience with your dad.
No, but yeah.
You lasted 6 hours on the tools.
Yeah. When I was in year 10, I did work experience for my dad for 1 day doing bricky labouring. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. But then when I was halfway through year 11, I wanted to leave school. So I decided doing landscaping just because like there was no other way to leave school really, unless you did an apprenticeship. So I was about to do that. And then I found this guy who wanted someone to help him do his online surf shop. So I did that for a couple of years, and then it wasn't really going anywhere. And I was kind of getting to this like quarter life crisis stage in my life where I was 24, 25, and I started doing, well, I just lost myself.
You're 24. Wow.
Far
Good
out.
education we have.
Jesus Christ. I'm lost.
Yeah, what? You're 24, 25?
Am I rolling on too much here? Or do you want
No, keep going, man.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
So yeah, I was doing this surf shop job, and then it wasn't really going anywhere. So I fell into carpentry because I was like, oh, better start getting my stuff, like my life together. 'Cause I'm 23, 24 now, and was doing that, and I didn't want to start an apprenticeship. Everyone's like, do an apprenticeship. I was like, no, I just want to learn how to do it. I don't want to be really locked into it because I still knew it wasn't exactly what I wanted to do. And then Jack called me up and he was like, let's go to Europe and let's try and start a business or some sort. Let's do something. Let's work towards something we want to do for the rest of our lives. And I was like, nah, the dream's over. I've already tried that 4 or 5 times now. I'm going to be serious and I'm going to start this apprenticeship. And then he ended up talking me into it. So I quit the apprenticeship, went traveling with him with the intentions to try and start a business or something that we wanted to do for the rest of our lives. So we started making videos, not thinking that it would eventuate into this, but we thought, we liked doing it, and we thought it could be, if we started this Instagram page, it could be a resume to, maybe get extra work or get into this kind of industry that we didn't really know much about. And then, so that's pretty much my whole life summed up right there.
And what about you, Jack? Did you do an apprenticeship yourself as well?
Yeah. So I had the usual jobs when you're 14, 15 or whatever. I actually my first job was at Macca's. Worked there for about, was it?
Yeah.
So good.
Every kid's.
Yeah. I lasted about 11 months and then I think they told me to leave because I used to go out the back and punch holes in the boxes. Just for
get anger issues.
Yeah, and then so I left school. So at the end of year 10, I wasn't the best kid at all. I wasn't like, I was just a hell smart ass. And but then at the end of year 10, I did heaps of work experience and I was like, fuck that, pardon my French. I was like, no, stuff that. I don't want to, be a tradesman. My dad was as well. My dad is. So I, went back to year 11. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go hard at school. I'm going to try really hard. And school was just not for me. Like I got like ADD. I could not concentrate. My life depended on it. I used to get kicked out of most classes. But yeah, anyway, I went back and then kind of got told to leave by the principal after about a month in. And then, yeah, I started my apprenticeship as a plasterer. And, you know, that was from 16 to 19. I finished that. And then when I finished, I just went traveling straight away. All I wanted to do was travel because all my cousins traveled and my, you know, older friends and stuff. And my older mates, they were about 21 when I was 19. So I was like their apprentice on the first trip. We went to South America for about 8 months. And then I went up to Canada. But yeah, as soon as I started traveling, I feel like I just went from a kid to a half adult, you know, just grew up so much quicker and so much better life. You know, you just learn so much about life and just people and respect and just everything. And yeah, and then after that, I would just come home and work for 2 months and go traveling for another 8 months, then come home for another 2 months. Kind of like that until the last trip to Europe in 2019, where me and Matt started the Inspired Unemployed.
It's funny. Yeah. My business partner and I, Stubbs, very similar. We were both working in trades. We were doing like steel fixing and being brickies laborers and concrete pouring, just kind of like working out what we were going to do before kind of going into, you know, the web and trying to work out, like starting a platform, having no idea. How did you guys start, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what was the kind of the idea initially?
Yeah, so about in 2016, I think it was, we went traveling over to New Zealand, Queenstown, and lived there for 6 months. And when we were over there, we started making skits. It was like a group of us in a house, and we all didn't have jobs for about 3 months. So we started making skits because we had so much free time on our hands. So that's where the skits started. But then we all got jobs, and they the page just kind of stopped, all the skit making. And then, but we knew we really liked it. So every now and again, we'd make ones here and there, but nothing like all the time. And then we're going to do this trip in 2019, about 3 years later, and we're like, we should make skits again. That was fun.
And we wanted to get hard at it. We knew we wanted to go. We're like, okay, when we go over to Europe, that definitely wasn't a business plan at all, because we were just so green. You know what, dressing up as a girl or just doing stupid shit on video obviously doesn't sound like a business plan. And we had no idea you could make any sort of money online in that sense on Instagram. So yeah, we went over there with the intentions of doing that just for fun, going hard at making videos, but we wanted to start like a business that would generate money, because, you know, we thought that wouldn't. So we're thinking about making a friggin' acai, like superfood smoothie bar in Byron Bay, or
like one of those vans that you drive around and like sell food out of or whatever. Like, we're just thinking of anything.
Like starting an app for a tradesman, like, I don't know, just anything. But we knew we didn't even enjoy that stuff. We're just looking for anything. And then I guess, yeah, we just went so hard at making videos and just loved it. And then it became it just took over, and it felt like a little kid of ours that we just couldn't leave alone. You know, we felt like we owed it. Actually, the goal was to get home with 10,000 followers. That was the goal. So we didn't look like idiots, you know, because we're shaming ourselves so hard. So
we thought if we had like 10,000, we'd be like kind of legit, you know?
Yeah.
So like people would take us a little bit serious.
Yeah.
All our mates back home and friends and
everyone
family.
just thought we just full cooked ourselves. We're just overseas.
Yeah.
Just overseas, just doing the wackiest.
Mum and dad calling us up every week. So you guys all right?
Yeah. You sure you're right?
Yeah.
Been on the hard stuff, have you?
Time to go home now.
And so it like, obviously it's been like a quick, you know, scale up, rise, whatever you call it. How is your process now? So, you know, you guys have, everywhere and everywhere. So you got like over 1 million followers now. You obviously, so there's kind of two questions in this. Like, how do you guys kind of create now? I guess it's a really interesting part of what you guys do, because it is so kind of, you know, tongue in cheek, but it's so engaging. And then the next one is like, what was that growth like?
The growth is pretty crazy, because we finally, like, we worked for so long. We did like, I think it was like 6 or 7, 8 months that we're putting out so many videos, like constantly.
Every day, pretty much.
Yeah, for about 6, 7 months. And it was just slowly climbing. And then it got to about 10K. I'm like, yay, we got 10K. And then all of a sudden, within like 3 weeks, we're on like 35, 50,000 followers. Like, it just went poof. As soon as we got to that mark, it just went crazy.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of didn't really stop. It just kept.
It hasn't stopped since then.
Yeah, it just kind of kept rolling. And it was a bit of a wig out.
massive we get. Like,
Yeah.
oh man, we used to look at people with 20,000 followers and just say, our goal was like 20,000 followers in 2 years. And I think in 2 years we got to 900,000 or 1 million maybe. Easy, probably 1 million. Yeah, it's only been going for 2 years, so it's just nuts. And I guess it was, I don't know, so many factors. Like because the 6 months when we were getting like 10 followers a day, you know, and we're putting in so much work. Like every day we're scripting, filming, editing while we're on a holiday for 6 months longer, and just getting barely anywhere. I guess that just put us in a good habit of working hard, because we knew we just didn't want to fucking go home empty-handed, and we didn't like I personally didn't like my trade. I didn't like it that much that I wanted so bad to just make this work, and I think the same for Matt. So yeah, I guess once it paid off, you know, we had this big backlog of videos for people to look through and show that we worked hard, and then we're just in a good habit, and we found a formula, and then it just started rolling so well. The point where we kind of blew up was the point where we were so close to giving up, you hear it's so cliche, you hear that all the time when you're closest to giving up when you're closest to success, but that is fucking so true. I can't express how much that's true.
Yeah, it's true, because he went home from Europe a little bit earlier than me, so we split up for a little while, and we weren't really making that many videos apart, and we're kind of like, oh, we're putting in all this work, we're not really getting much out of it. Like, is there any point in this? We're just making ourselves look like idiots to everyone around us. And then I got home and we made like 2 or 3 videos, and then just took off. We're like, yeah, we'll give it a couple more cracks. Like we're never going to give up on it, but yeah, we did a couple of videos, and then that's when it took off.
And I feel like once it took off, we really were not going to let it just go down again, because we were just like, we're grabbing onto this thing and taking it for a ride.
Yeah. And what's that growth like? Like, obviously you've got no idea of kind of digital or video or like content, such a new thing, and then all of a sudden you just, you know, you shoot off to the stars. What was, obviously that would be, it's a great process, but it's also difficult to kind of comprehend it all. What was that like, and how did you guys manage it?
We're still managing it. We still pinch ourselves, like what's going on. We still don't even know what's going on. It's just so hard to process.
You're having good people around you, a good support system, like good team and good mates, and just trying to stay as humble as possible. Like, we're lucky it happened at a later stage of life, because we could stay grounded. Whereas I feel like if that happened at 18, our egos would just be like, yeah. I think it's just having a good friends and family, and just really trying to always stay humble and just level-headed. And I don't know.
I feel like everyone's really nice to us, and I don't know. It's just like
just take the piss out of yourself.
Yeah, and
makes it easier.
And everyone, I feel like, I don't know. I was thinking to go on there.
Jack, you mentioned something just before, and I guess it's probably a good question for everyone who's listening or watching to understand. So you guys have got a team behind you. Obviously, you kind of see you two as the figures, but how many people are kind of behind the scenes working with you guys?
So well, I'd say it's me, Matt, as the you know, mostly everything. But at the start, it was definitely me, Matt. And then, you know, when we got a bit bigger, say 10 to 20,000 followers, the brands and stuff started hitting us up, and a manager approached us. We had a lot of managers approach us actually, but so now we got a manager. Started just as that, and then now my sister actually is like our PA, if you want to call it, like working for our manager. And then our mate Forrest, which used to be his old boss, is now working for us as our filmer for just for YouTube. He does all our YouTube content. So all our Instagram, we still film everything, edit everything, and script everything, which takes up a shitload of time. But then we just got a filmer, manager, my sister, and just all our mates that are in the videos and stuff at times. They're great. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I didn't realize that. That's so cool. And so you guys are still writing your scripts, you're choreographing everything, you're still doing all the vision of all your videos.
Everything.
Yeah, we do everything. We write, film,
write the script
edit.
Right before we get on this.
Yeah, it all. We pretty much do everything.
Because I feel like you can't have someone script our videos or edit them, because I mean it'd be amazing if they could, but I feel like the content would just be, the humor just wouldn't be there. It'd just be.
Yeah,
it would lose touch of what we're all about. We're trying to be all about. But yeah, I don't know. It's so time consuming, especially editing and stuff. But I feel like a lot of the humor is also in the editing. So we do it all ourselves. Yeah. So.
Yeah, even we just hired our filmer, but he just does YouTube. We still do our social media, like the 1 minute skit edits.
Yeah.
We still do film and edit all that, but he focuses on YouTube and the longer format stuff.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah.
And so I guess it's a good question. You know, obviously, Matt, you were kind of going to and fro with doing different kind of trades and different work. Jack, you were a plasterer. How did you guys learn those skills in terms of editing and scripting, choreographing? How did you learn all that?
Just do and learn. Hey, so pretty much
be shit before you get good.
We pretty much just learn on the go. Just taught ourselves really. We
were so bad.
So bad. I used to edit everything on my phone.
Yeah.
And then and we was just horrible at the start, and we just liked it so much though that we just wanted to get better and just tried to learn how to get
instead of taking a course of getting quick good. Wait, what? Getting quick good. Getting good quick. We just, as you can see, I didn't finish school.
Yeah.
We just learn over 2 years, and we still suck, but we're getting a lot better, which is good. But people could do what we can do now in like a second, which would take us hours, But we've got a lot better. I think it's just skills we built because we enjoyed it so much.
I think that's one of the things that, so often you kind of miss. Like when you do something that you're actually passionate about, you want to learn to, improve your work, and then you have to wear so many different hats when you do things. But when you actually enjoy the work, you don't mind extending yourself like that. From kind of having absolutely no idea and just growing it from 10 followers to 100 to 1,000, it really builds its own momentum and it allows you to grow. And I think it's a tough thing for so many people to really take that leap into something that you're passionate about and that you're interested in.
For sure.
Exactly.
And I think it's so never ever, for anyone listening or watching, never doubt, because we doubted us so much. At the start of this, we thought that's why we're looking for all these other businesses ideas, because we were like, there's no way we could make this a career. We were like, what do we love that we could make a career? And this was right in front of us the whole time, but we never ever even looked at it because we just thought, nah, can't. Didn't believe in ourselves that much, and you just doubt yourself because you can't. How you visualize this looks impossible kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then when it worked out, we're like, holy shit, that
wasn't as hard as it.
And it just worked because we loved it. And whatever you do, if you work harder, it's going to work. Whether it takes 2 months or 2 years, I feel like it will work if you just put in enough work and get good and be realistic at the same time. So
it's interesting you say that. We caught up with a guy called Will Hodgett, who's the creative or ex-creative director at GoPro. Similar story. He didn't know what he was doing finishing school. He always loved filming surf and actually did a lot of filming down South Coast from around your area. And he met a guy randomly that was like, oh, dude, I'm trying to do something similar. Like, why don't we just start working with each other? And he then ended up going to the States, and Hodgett just kept kind of perfecting his art. And he was like, oh, I know no one really believes in it, but I've got a vision as to what I want to do. And kind of, one random chance led to him then going to GoPro 6-7 years ago. And then, creative director now, but it says the same thing, that it's just like, when you're passionate about something, like the work becomes your passion. When the work becomes your passion, you put more time into it, and you put more time into it, you end up like you guys and Hodgett, where your work just becomes in demand.
Yeah. And I feel like it's worth the leap 100 times over, because far out, it will work. And then when it does, you could just be suffering in a job you half like for the rest of your life, or you gave, at least if it doesn't work, you gave it a crack.
And you never die with that feeling of you never went for it.
Yeah, exactly. And you go down swinging.
I think that's why
and you got so long.
Yeah, because me and Jack, we had the very similar life kind of, I don't know how you put it,
trajectory.
Yeah, and we just both believed we wanted, we both thought we could do more and wanted more. So that's why we kind of believed in ourselves just to go for something and just, like you said, never quit kind of thing. Like, you just got to keep pushing. If you don't give up,
and you think
it'll happen.
Yeah, and you think you're getting you're like, oh no, I'm getting to 24. I need to get my life sorted. That, I feel like you can. The only way to find out what it is just keep experimenting and just shifting all the bad ones out. And until you're 30 plus, you feel like you can you don't have to make money before you're 25. You know, you got so much time. You can make money quick, and not even money. Just find your passion, but just be patient.
But we did think like that. We were like, oh my God, we're like nearly 25.
We were stressing out.
Yeah, we're like, it's nearly over. We got to act now.
Yeah, we got to hurry up because you compare yourself. Comparison is the worst thing in the world. Like, you just compare yourself to your mate that owns a house and pretends he's happy, but he's probably covered in freaking oil all day long, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah.
No, I honestly, I'm so compelled that you guys have that same kind of outlook on it, because it was the exact same and for so many people that we've interviewed and met that took that chance that, to start a business or to go in an industry they had no idea about and just kind of learn about it. And the same thing, you think it kind of, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, that you're meant to know what you're going to do and who you're going to be. And Jackie nailed it. Like, you compare yourself to like everyone else. And when you actually do take that chance, like how much more fulfilling your life is and how much more dynamic you are as a person is just too undeniable.
It's crazy. Hey, it's worth it's nuts. It's nuts.
I've got a couple of minutes left, but I guess a question I wanted to ask you both is that if you were to go back and look at yourself, Matt, I might start with you, and you'd meet 18-year-old Matt Ford again, what would be your advice to that little Grom?
Yeah, I'd just say
party less.
Yeah, no. I just say like I used to just stress about my future so much. I was really insecure about, like, to my friends' families, like all my friends were going like uni and doing these apprenticeships, and I was just this guy that worked at a surf shop. But I knew I didn't want to go to uni. I knew I didn't want to be an apprentice. But I'd be so insecure to just be like, oh, I'm working at a surf shop. But I'd just be like, don't worry about your future. It's going to happen, like, when it's meant to happen. So I knew I was going to go for something when it felt right, but I just didn't know what it was. And I knew I didn't want to be locked into a 4-year, like, uni degree or apprenticeship. So I was just cruising, but I was like a bit insecure about what I was doing. So yeah, just not stress about your future.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I feel very similar. I used to compare. Everyone compares. It's so unhealthy. But I used to compare a lot. But for me personally, my biggest word of advice would just be to go traveling and learn and just do what makes you happy. For me, that made me so happy. So I just did that, and then I just chased like whatever I loved at the time. I just chased that, and through that I found this, and now I'm just living every day. I'm so happy because of that. But I feel like I never always wanted to be more than just the average man. But if being the average man makes you happy, then that's great. But I think just do what makes you happy and go traveling. And
traveling, it definitely opens you up so much. I feel like
it does.
I feel like everyone should go traveling and just throw themselves in the deep end for a bit.
Yeah. The best thing about traveling is that it puts you outside your comfort zones, and you're kind of outside your kind of community and your network. So you've got to extend yourself to meet new people, and you're in a new culture where you're vulnerable. And it's one of our big things. We advocate traveling and gap years and just throwing yourself into a new experience.
Yeah.
Boys, if you don't mind, so there's a couple of questions coming through that I'd love to obviously get your answers to. One of the first one, and it's actually a really interesting one, is did you guys do drama or any performing arts at school?
We didn't.
Nothing
Yeah.
at all. We get that question a lot. And I was opposite. I was so petrified of, I couldn't even do speeches in high school because I was so scared.
Yeah, seriously.
Literally shut myself.
I don't know why people ask that either. I feel like our acting skills are so horrible. But yeah, no, I didn't do any of that.
No.
We probably should do that.
I wish we did.
Yeah, same.
Might start.
Have you both always been able to dance?
Yeah.
Not really.
No, yeah, not really. Maybe from when we started going to music festivals.
He's a pretty good dancer. He taught me, but
no,
Mr. Elastic hits over.
Yeah, we just learned from going to festivals and having a bit of fun, running a bit of a muck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, no, that's a good answer. And festivals, obviously, festivals and career advice. I love it.
Yeah.
And how do you obviously you guys have to spend a heap of time together, and you've got to manage that difference between like business and friendship and personal and both managing visions. How do you guys keep a healthy relationship?
I don't know. We
Just getting a
literally
punch up every day.
we literally spend like every second of every day together. And somehow it just works. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like
I don't
feel like
know.
it comes back to like you filter it through traveling. Honestly, we filtered out like the friends that just don't make the cut and you can't live with, and then we're fine. And I feel like since the first trip and now, and it's our business, so I guess we have no choice. Our friendship's like our business, so it needs to work. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, we're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
So it's just fine, and we're always around friends and stuff. I don't know.
Somehow make it work.
We're literally together every day for the last 2 years, pretty much. I reckon we've had 4 days apart in 2 years.
Do you guys? Another question is, what's your favorite skit? Actually, I'll double load it. What's your favorite skit, and what's your most viewed skit or video?
Most viewed video is the Fleetwood Mac dancing one.
Yeah, the hip thrusting one.
The road cyclist one's probably up there as well. There's a few that are up the top, but yeah.
Yeah, that'd be.
Everyone loves it. Everyone hates a road cyclist, so that made it up to the top, I think.
Yeah.
That was outstanding.
What's your favorite?
Favorite one? I kind of like making the Nickelback one.
Yeah,
the Nickelback video. I've always wanted to be like a rock star. That was like my dream when I was kind of young, just to be like a rock star. And I finally had the chance to, be a lead singer of a fake band. So I just took it with open arms and went for it. So I enjoyed doing that one.
I like the Bindi one where we're walking down a hill. It's from a fair while ago, and we just get done by Bindis, and it's just like kind of like this cinematic masterpiece. It's pretty good.
Pretty much any video of all our mates, but they're always fun.
Yeah.
I guess the question, you guys said that you didn't have a plan, but you had a plan. You didn't have vision, but you got vision. What's the vision for the future?
Good question.
Still working that one out.
Yeah. Back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
Now, well, we got, we're always thinking long term. Since the start of this, we was, always thinking long term about, especially brand deals and blah blah blah. So at the moment, in the works, we've a TV show is the long term goal. But we've got hopefully a beer company coming out at the end of this year, podcasts, and just like expand and grow and just keep hopefully doing good things and staying grounded at the same time.
No, but boys, I love it. I think, yeah. Again, Matt, Jack, I can't thank you guys enough for doing this. I know your time is valuable. So thanks for attending Year 13's Expo.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
See you later. You.
Hey guys, how good's this? I wish I had a guide like year 13 when I was beginning my journey of life after school almost 10 years ago now. So it's a real honour and a privilege to be here today sharing with you all. My name's Cam, and together with my wife Elise, we run an outdoor brand called Zirali. But we aren't the most hardcore outdoor enthusiasts, which is kind of ironic, right? You'd think the people behind the outdoor brand would be the ones that you see hanging off the side of the cliff without a harness. I mean, we love spending time in nature, but most of all, we love our comforts. We're the ones that you'll see in the campground with all the creature comforts. Things like big cozy doona, big memory foam pillows, comfy mattresses, the list goes on and on. And my favourite thing to do when camping is to wake up early and just watch the sunrise. But so often I wake up, it's freezing cold, and not one part of me wants to get out of the tent. And the snooze button gets in the way of my plans an extra 9 minutes at a time simply because I love being comfortable. And it makes me wonder how many plans and dreams our comfort zones have derailed or maybe even destroyed. Because it's always fun and exciting to make plans. But when it comes time to actually get out of the tent and into the adventure, suddenly we're met with resistance. It's like that with camping, and it's like that with life. We all love the idea of living a great adventure, but not many of us are able to actually find the courage to get out of our metaphorical tents and step into the adventure. And I believe the reason why so many of us hit that snooze button on our ambitions is because we want the exact steps from A to B. We want a map with all the steps charted out for us of how we should live each day. So we listen to talks like this, or we read lists with headlines like your 5 steps to success. And you know, I'm all for finding inspiration and learning from others who have gone before us. But I think we're missing the most important component, a compass, a deep sense of what true north looks like for you and the direction that you should be moving. Because without a compass, maps or other people's ideas or suggestions aren't as effective. But a map with a compass in your hand, that's your superpower. Think of all the great expeditions that have ever been undertaken in human history, like the age of exploration or even the fact that we know that the earth is round. All of those events wouldn't have taken place without a compass, right? And that's what I'm here to tell you today, that the compass is the key. So before I tell you about my story and how I came to find my own compass and path, I want everyone watching this right now to just point to where you think true north is on 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. There's hands everywhere going all around Australia right now, and a whole bunch of people looking at you guys thinking, what the heck are you doing? And you know, maybe you already know where true north is, or maybe you're like me and you got one of these things on your phone, the compass, and look at that, true north, right down past you guys. You know, maybe you already know where north is, but I wonder if you know what true north looks like for you on the inside. Where's true north? And I remember being in your position not too long ago with my whole life ahead of me, dreaming that maybe there was this life of adventure out there for me. But I couldn't see it. Things just looked blurry. And, you know, I guess my life and your life is kind of like one of these. It's kind of like the Polaroid, right? Things look a little bit milky and blurry for a while. And it takes a little while to develop before you can see things clearly. Look at that. There's nothing there. And I think one of the reasons why I had no vision for my life was because I was stuck in a tent of fear. I was stuck in a tent of insecurity, worrying about what others thought about me. I was stuck in a tent of thinking small and playing it safe. But I had this moment almost 10 years ago now, just after I'd finished school, where I went on this solo surf trip down the coast of Victoria where I live. And, you know, in between sets, I was just sitting on my surfboard out in the ocean, and I felt this hope-filled voice within calling out to me, encouraging me that there was this life of adventure out there for me. If I was brave enough to follow those unique fascinations and passions that were on my heart, the ideas that filled me with joy, which for me was this dream of mine to start a surf brand that would inspire people to live passionately. And there was just one problem. I had to get out of that tent. I had to get out of that tent of fear. I had to get out of that tent of thinking small. The tent that would say things like, you're too young, you have no money, and frankly, you have no idea what you're doing. I had to get out of the tent of insecurity. I had to risk what others thought of me, which wasn't easy because everyone thought I was crazy. This 18-year-old kid from the outskirts of Melbourne, out in the sticks, 2 hours from the nearest surf beach, wanting to start a surf brand. You know, it doesn't really make much sense, does it? But I've found that your unique fascinations and passions have a wisdom that reason doesn't have. And when you're courageous enough to follow its call into the obscurity of the unknown, the most remarkable opportunities have a way of finding yourself along your path. So that's just what I did. I mustered up 20 seconds of courage, and I took the first step towards my dreams, which was as simple as asking my parents if I could make just one surfboard in our backyard. And without knowing where it would lead, they said yes. And I remember just holding that first surfboard under my arm and just dreaming that it would be the beginning of something big. And it was later in that year that I went on this trip to Kenya. And I went there to be a blessing, but I found that my own life was transformed through these beautiful kids of the Huruma Children's Home and their hope-filled stories. And it was on this trip where my dreams for my business really began to expand. I was inspired to build a platform that would be used for good. Not only inspiring people to chase after a life of passion, but also giving back through our business profits. And I began to realize that this dream of mine wasn't about providing me with this fun life. It was ultimately about serving others and bringing light to the world. And when I arrived home from that trip in early 2013, I was really inspired to get the wheels moving on my business. And after months of working on my ideas during my first couple years of university, in October of 2013, I took one big leap of faith and launched monstersurf.com to the world with a range of my surfboards and clothing for sale. And that was it. We became this overnight success, millions of dollars in revenue, customers all over the world just like that. Thanks for listening. I hope you got something out of it. I'm kidding. It was nothing like that. It was hard. It was like walking in a thick mud, surrounded by fog. And I faced so many moments of resistance where I seriously contemplated just hitting that snooze button on my dreams and just giving up. But after extreme amounts of struggle and sacrifice, an accumulation of small and big leaps of faith, my brand, Monster Surf, slowly started gaining traction. Like the moment we landed our first international customer and I was just dancing in our kitchen, or the moment when Google partnered with us on an advertising campaign, or the moment when I was able to head back to Kenya with some funds from our first year of business and help build a fish farm for the Huruma Children's Home. And I began to realize how the most incredible doors and opportunities would open when I actively pursued the ideas and dreams that came from a place of love and possibility and not fear. And as I developed this understanding, it truly became my compass. I came to discover that any idea, dream, or decision that was driven by this sense of possibility was my true north. And I began to see that every great thing in my life or business had come to pass by following this compass. And for me, I like to recognize this still small, hope-filled voice I feel within as God's voice. You know, for you, you might see it as a conscious, the universe, your gut, or some intuitive knowing that we all feel. Whatever you call it, begin to recognize the inner voice that guides you towards the greatest version of you, because that's your true north. And at first, I found it really hard to trust this voice as my compass, because it meant I had to let go of controlling all the outcomes. And I'm definitely a control freak. But as I learned to trust that something greater would guide me through all the fog, through all the details that I couldn't see yet, I realized that one thing became certain, that when you simply trust that next hope-filled step and move forward, things become more clear. And just like that Polaroid picture, Monster Surf and all my dreams for it slowly but surely started to take shape. And it went from being this backyard hobby, hustling to make ends meet, as I never really took a wage from it, to becoming a thriving surf brand that demanded my full attention. And I dropped out of university as we began to expand internationally to the point where we had customers from over 45 countries around the world. You know, it was truly remarkable. And we're doing a whole heap of cool things like going on surf trips, making surf films, or providing developing communities around the world with clean water through our foundation, or taking our own customers on overseas trips to explore and do good with us, or setting up our own retail stores in Melbourne, or being featured on the front of business magazines, or speaking to thousands of people across Australia and beyond. You know, but it didn't come easy. And the point is, it took time to develop. And there were so many moments where things were blurry or I'd just get knocked down. And in those moments, I had to find true north to keep me on track. And one of those moments was in late 2016, right when we were in the peak of our success. Now, I went to work just like any other day. And as I got there, there was this letter on my desk from California. And what I read scared me because it changed our world forever. We had this global brand who really didn't like us using the name Monster Surf. And I won't mention who they are, but they were this monster company. I think they might sell energy drinks or something like that. And they were chasing us legally. It was like this David versus Goliath battle, except Goliath had my head, not the other way around. And it was one of the toughest times in my life. And it was the first time that I experienced real anxiety, the kind where it feels like your heart is just gonna beat out of your chest. We're gonna be left in 6 figures worth of debt from all the legal fees and from just everything going downhill. And during that season, all the stress just really drained myself so much that I actually ended up in hospital with some health complications that developed into a 2-year battle with adrenal fatigue. It took me right from the mountaintop right down into the valley. And it was like I was just stuck in this tent of fear. And this tent would throw lies at me, things like, you're not gonna make it through this. You're gonna be broke and in massive debt. You're not gonna make it to the other side of this challenge. And I'd love to tell you that everything just miraculously turned around. You know, I found my energy again. I got back on top. The business bounced back. But that's not how the story went. The whole thing became way too expensive to fight, and we were giving a short deadline to close down the business. My health got worse and worse to the point where I couldn't even walk around the block without feeling like I needed to go to bed for a week. I was stuck in this tent of despair, of just hopelessness. And I wanted to blame everyone else for my problems. And I wonder if you've ever had something go wrong in your life and you've just wanted to sit around and point the finger at everyone else. And, you know, that was me. I've been there. I feel ya. But I learned that at some point, you have to decide if you're going to stay in that tent of your problems or if you're going to get up and find true north. You've got to decide which way you're going to live. Because life doesn't always work out the way that we plan, but it's in those times that you can choose to believe that it's all part of a greater plan. And that's just what I did. I finally stopped looking at what was all the problems, all the chaos, everything that was going wrong. And I started looking at what could be. I stopped listening to that voice of fear. And I decided to listen to the voice that came from a place of love and possibility, whispering within and deeply urging me to get out of this tent. And at this time, I decided to trust that voice. And I believe that just like a compass, it would guide me through to a better story. So I got out of the tent. And as I began moving, I found that my path collided with the most beautiful girl I'd ever put my eyes upon to that point, Elise. And we met in late 2017 when I was in the midst of all that chaos. And long story short, we fell in love and we got engaged just a few months later. But you know, we had this deep belief that maybe we'd been brought together for something greater than us. And we thought that maybe this legal challenge I was facing could have been like our secret key, an opportunity to take all that we had learned on our respective paths and unlock our future by creating something new. Combining our creative talents to inspire other people to do what we loved most, to get outside and spend time in nature. So we began sketching all these drawings of the outdoor gear and apparel we wanted to create, and we dreamed that this new brand could become a leading voice for the benefits of time spent in nature. And at the time, Elise was in her dream role designing for a global surf brand. We'd just gotten engaged, we were planning the wedding, it was coming up fast. So it's safe to say we had enough to think about before even considering starting a new business together. And it was like we're at the point in every good story where there's a fork in the road with two paths set before you. It's like you got the conventional path, a safe, well-lit path, relatively smooth trail, lots of people moving in that same direction, and an unconventional path filled with wild, unknown terrain and a blanket of fog clouding your vision beyond the first few steps. And you know, I think that's the story of all of us. You see, most of us, we have two lives. There's the life that we live and the life that we imagine. And what stands between the two is the voice of fear. It's fear of failure. It's fear of rejection. It's fear of what could go wrong by following your heart. You know, the list goes on and on. And I remember asking Elise if she was sure she wanted to leave the comfort of her job, which she loved, for the unknown path of where we felt called towards. And Elise just looked at me and said, Cam, we weren't created to be comfy. And those were 6 of the most powerful words that I'd ever heard, because they gave us the courage to step out of that tent and launch into the dream. So that's just what we did. Elise summed up 20 seconds of courage to resign from what was, at the time, her dream job. We got out of that tent. We decided not to hit that snooze button on our ambitions. And even though we had no savings or no roadmap of the path ahead, what we did have was a compass. So we pointed towards north, the direction we wanted to go. We just pointed towards that place and we said, all right, we're going to go there. And we began moving towards that place. And just like how any character in any great story needs a guide, Elise was mine. She provided me with the inspiration I needed to get out of the tent and into the adventure that was ahead of us. Because I think we all naturally opt for the comfort and stability of the tent, just like me on my camp trips. And without a guide who's willing to help you move forward, you won't enter into something new. So I wonder, who's your guide? Who's the friend or mentor that you can call upon when times are tough? Who's the person who can encourage you to get out of the tent and help you find true north? You know, the team here at Year 13 are the kind of people I wish I had as a guide when I started out. So reach out to them, say hi, get to know them. They'll provide you with the resources and the wisdom needed to find the courage you need to chase after what you really want. And you know, for Elise and I, our journey was born out of that 20 seconds of insane courage Elise took when she put in her notice. And there was a quote that really inspired us during this time by Elizabeth Gilbert that refers to creative living as living a life that is driven more strongly by curiosity than by fear. And this spoke to everything we wanted our brand to stand for and the lifestyle that we wish people walk into, which is why we merged two ancient words to create the word Zirali, meaning fearless and full of life. And we found that our lack of resources, things like no savings, no real plan of how it was all going to come together, gave us the ability to really think differently and creative. I mean, we had no other choice. And we began to wonder if what could be possible if it wasn't just Elise and I invested into this vision, but if we had the backing of the community that I had built through Monster Surf behind us, all invested into this new vision together. If we could go against the way brands have traditionally been built and write a news story through an equity crowdfund model. Because if there's one thing that we've learned, it's that sometimes you have to be prepared to go against the way things have always been done. So that's just what we did by launching this crazy out there video to our followers in June of 2019. And after launching this campaign, we received a tsunami of support from all across Australia and beyond. And we became the fastest company in Australia to reach our minimum target in an equity crowdfund campaign. Just the 5th company in Australia to hit our max target of $300,000. But what we loved most was the community that we were able to build through this campaign, with over 550 people investing into our brand, people with little, people with much, all taking a leap of faith with us to help build this vision together. A brand that we believe will one day become a leading and sustainable resource for the outdoor lifestyle, inspiring generations of people to get outside and discover the pathway to a happy and healthy life. So we went from stepping out into that cloud of fog to meeting all these like-minded people along the path, raising the funds that we needed to launch Zirali. And now after a year and a half of hard work and good opportunities realized, Zirali has some real momentum behind it, and it's already surpassed Monster Surf's 6 years worth of revenue in just a year and a half. Crazy. And I could stand here all day and tell you all the plans that we have for Zirali and all the things that we do through the brand, like how we've already planted over 170,000 trees just from the sale of our products, where we plant 10 for each item purchased in areas of severe deforestation, or how we're launching campouts and experiences that you can come along to, or how we have dreams to have our own nature retreats in future where people can find rest and healing in the wonder and beauty of nature. But what I've really come here to tell you about is not about us. It's about you and your next courageous move. And I just want to encourage you all, with these few minutes I have left with you, to just make a decision to get out of the tent and find true north, whatever that looks like for you. To get out of the tent of thinking small, to get out of the tent of fear, to get out of the tent of worry, to get out of the tent of comparison. Trust me, I find myself in that tent a lot, and it is not a fun tent to be in. To just make this daily decision to not hit that snooze button on your ambitions, to reject those voices of fear and move towards the thing that really lights you up, to move towards true north, whatever that looks like for you. Because I believe we were all created uniquely. And within that uniqueness comes wild, uncharted territory that hasn't been walked before and cannot be charted out on a map. Which is why it's so important to understand what true north looks like for you and to let it guide you like a compass. Because the compass is the key. That's what will determine where you'll go and who you'll become in your life. So which direction is north? What about in here? Remember, every great thing in your life will come to pass by following the ideas, dreams, and decisions that come from a place of love and possibility. That's your true north. That's your compass. You know, you can call it God, a conscience, the universe, your gut, whatever it is for you, become familiar with that inner voice because it will guide you towards the adventure that you were made to live. It will plot the path for you. It will nudge you. It will whisper hope-filled words of encouragement along the way. So as I come to a close today, I want you to reflect on what's really guiding you. Because if there's one thing I know, it's that fear will do its best to knock you off course. Almost like there's a darkness in this world that doesn't want us moving towards that next best version of us. It wants us to get stuck in our tents and give up hope. And hey, maybe that's where you are today. You might feel a little bit stuck or a little bit disorientated, just like I did when I was in your position. Or things might look super blurry, kind of like that Polaroid, right? Before it's taken time to develop. Or maybe you're at that fork in the road like Elise and I was, with two paths set before you. And maybe you've come to believe for whatever reason that you need to play it safe, that you're not brave enough or smart enough to do what you really want. So you've settled back into the safety and comfort of the tent. You know, wherever you are, I just want you to take stock of what's guiding you. Are you being driven by fear or something much deeper? That sense of wonder and possibility. Because if there's one thing that I want you to know, it's that there is a life of adventure out there for you. And if you're going to discover it, you're going to have to muster up that 20 seconds of courage and just get out of your tent. And that's my problem, remember. I love being comfortable. And I want to blame you if you opt for comfort too. I mean, who wouldn't? It's comfortable. But what I'm learning is this. Comfortable people don't live out the adventure that they were made to live. Brave people, the ones who are courageous enough to step out of the tent and move towards true north, do. So thanks so much for listening. Stay tuned for more awesome content coming up. Cheers, guys.